Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2024 County of San Diego Annual Volunteer Recognition Ceremony. We'd like to begin today's ceremony by presenting a brief video on volunteerism in the County of San Diego.
Hi, can I help you? Hi, can I help you with anything? Hi, my name is Betty Unibe, and I'm a volunteer for the San Diego County Library. I happened to visit the Santee Friends of the Library store, and I loved it. It was such a wonderful experience. The people were wonderful, and I said, this is what I will do when I retire, and I did. The money that we make here in the store goes to our local branch. It's exciting to see people come in and find a book that they've been looking for. It makes me feel good that even when things are not going so great in the world, that you know in your local little sphere that you're doing something to help other people and yourself. It's fun. I've discovered that had I not been a teacher for 36 years, I would have loved to have been a librarian. Just didn't know it.
It's your first time to the park?
I'm a volunteer at Otay Lakes County Park. I've lived in San Diego about 19 years, and I figured a few years ago, hey, it's my time. It's my time to give back, and I'm really glad and feel really grateful in order to have that opportunity with the county. It's really been a really wonderful experience. The park is darn near 100 years old. I mean, this park is beautiful and has amazing, amazing history. You get to work with the community, clear trails, just make sure the park's looking great. And then sometimes what we'll do is we'll say, hey, let's put a barbecue here, let's put a fence over here, let's plant some trees. I really love giving back to the community. It's really fulfilling.
I'm Molly Kuling.
And I'm Bill Kuling, and we're volunteers for Animal Services. I was a mailman for 37 years, and I figured what better job instead of running from dogs, now I walk them. When we get done volunteering, we feel really good about what we've done, and we know we're helping the animals that maybe had the best home or down on their luck, and we come in here and help them to find a better place to live.
We enjoy working with the animals and with the people. I knew I was going to be retiring in a few years and something to fill my time. So I wanted to volunteer and help the animals.
Just knowing that I'm helping out and doing something positive with my time.
I'm Amanda Bates, and I'm a volunteer with the Foster Youth Mentor Program. I work with youth who are placed in foster care, being an adult that works with them. I've done going to the library, applying for colleges and scholarships, homework, school projects, going to their sporting events. Well, I kind of grew up around the system, so my dad was a county social worker who's retired now. I love the feeling of giving back, being able to be that significant adult for youth who don't have other people or don't have the positive role models.
Thank you to the County Communications Office for their work in producing that video. Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas, members of the Board of Supervisors, and members of county staff, and to our honorees and their loved ones. I welcome you to the County of San Diego's annual Volunteer Recognition Ceremony. Annually, we recognize department programs and honor individuals who have provided outstanding volunteer service. The County Volunteer Program is department-based, and we want to acknowledge the department heads who support these programs and the department volunteer coordinators who keep these programs strong. The individuals who are being honored today have been nominated by their respective departments for having provided outstanding service. They are representative of over 9,000 volunteers who this year have contributed over $37 million of service to this region. We are thankful for the work you've done and to all the volunteers who have made this county a better place. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, as we begin our celebration, the colors this morning will be presented by the San Diego Sheriff's Senior Volunteer Patrol Honor Guard. Please stand for the presentation of colors. I would now like to introduce Jocelyn Lanham, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by Board Assistant Jefferson Santos from the Clerk of the Board's office, who will be singing the national anthem.
Hi, good morning. Please place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. You may be seated. We are now pleased to present the Proclamation for Volunteer Recognition Month. At this time, I'd like to invite all supervisors and department volunteer coordinators who are present to go down to the podium. These coordinators are a key element in making our volunteer program successful. And accepting the proclamation will be Samantha Lanham, Countywide Volunteer Coordinator in the Clerk of the Board's office. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, I'd like to read her statement. I am proud to recognize the contributions of our amazing San Diego County volunteers who selflessly volunteer their time, their energy, and their expertise to make our community stronger and healthier. I also want to commend the Department Volunteer Coordinators for their tremendous success in recruiting, managing, and motivating our 9,186 volunteers who added $37 million of value to the county. Be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Vargas and all members of the Board of Supervisors on this 30th day of April 2024 that they commend the San Diego County volunteers for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the San Diego community, and do hereby proclaim the month of April to be San Diego County Volunteer Appreciation Month throughout San Diego County. Here to accept the proclamation is Samantha Lanham, Countywide Volunteer Coordinator, accompanied by the Department Volunteer Coordinators. Turn it over to Sam.
Thank you, Clerk of the Board, and thank you, Chair and members of the Board. I stand before you today with immense gratitude in my heart. Our dedicated volunteers, thank you for your unwavering service and the countless hours you've dedicated to giving back to our communities. Your selflessness and commitment inspire us all. And to the esteemed County Board of Supervisors, thank you for your steadfast support of volunteerism. The County Volunteer Program continues to thrive because of your support and the efforts of the volunteer coordinators. Together, your efforts embody the spirit of community and service, and I am deeply thankful for all that you do. Congratulations to you all.
Thank you. Let's give our volunteer coordinators another round of applause. Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board, I'm honored to present the 2024 County Volunteers of the Year. As I call out the honorees' names, I would invite the department head and volunteer coordinator to come forward and join your honoree. We'll begin with the Department of Animal Services to recognize Michael Papiarala. Michael's dedication to volunteering as a dog walker for over 9 years is truly commendable. Not only has he provided essential exercise and companionship to countless shelter dogs, but his impact extends even further through his work in training new volunteers. By sharing his expertise and passion with over 25 individuals, Michael has multiplied the positive effects of his efforts, ensuring that even more dogs receive the love, care, and enrichment they deserve. Michael has contributed over 7,488 hours of volunteer service in the last 9 years. Congratulations, Michael. Our next volunteer, Judith Morshell, is being recognized by the Assessor Recorder County Clerk. Over the past year, Judith has made exceptional contributions to the Assessor Recorder County Clerk's Santee office. She was instrumental in performing wedding ceremonies on Valentine's Day, the busiest day for ceremonies. The dedication to her duties, positive attitude, and efforts to boost office morale have not gone unnoticed. Judith has contributed over 318 hours of volunteer service in the last 13 months. Congratulations, Judith. Our next volunteer, Morgan Tover-Bell, is being recognized by the Department of Child Support Services. Morgan was a significant contributor to the motions response team and assisted in preparing points and authorities on legal concepts. She also assisted with testing important changes to the department's paperless legal system, helping improve efficiencies in litigating cases in court. She has contributed over 400 hours of volunteer service in the last 7 months, assisting department attorneys in all aspects of the child support litigation process. Congratulations, Morgan. John Schmitz is being recognized by San Diego County Library. John has served as president of the Friends of the La Mesa Library for over 13 years. His efforts have seen the Friends group grow into a thriving group of volunteers dedicated to supporting library services in the La Mesa community. John has been instrumental in relaunching annual school visits to the La Mesa Civic Center, introducing third graders to important community services, including the library, police and fire stations, City Hall, and Public Works. He also worked tirelessly to facilitate the creation of the La Mesa Library Task Force to explore ways to expand the library to meet the needs of the community. His advocacy has demonstrated his commitment to the good of La Mesa and the San Diego County Library. John has contributed over 780 hours of volunteer service. Congratulations, John. Joel Bailey is being recognized by the San Diego County District Attorney. Joel volunteers with the DA's office at its One Safe Place North County Family Justice Center. Joel is a volunteer attorney who provides pro bono legal assistance to survivors of abuse. Joel consults with victims and provides free consultations to those who would otherwise have no access to legal assistance due to financial constraints or other barriers. Joel is known in the center for his genuine compassion, professional demeanor, and easygoing attitude. Every staff member has a Joel story where they've witnessed the impact of his life-saving work. One survivor stated that she had been weary of reaching out for help and was mistrustful of others, but after meeting with Joel, he put her at ease and calmed her fears for her future and that of her children. Joel is a true humanitarian and has helped many victims of abuse at the center feel empowered, confident, and hopeful. He embodies the center's mission of providing hope, healing, and justice for survivors of abuse. Joel has contributed over 130 hours of volunteer service in the last 9 months. Congratulations, Joel. Marcella Grabon is being recognized by the Health and Human Services Aging and Independent Services Ombudsman Program. Marcella is a devoted ombudsman. She brings a wealth of experience with her background in nursing. She's often called on to assist with certified ombudsmen with Spanish interpretation and is always willing to assist. Marcella has conducted 226 visits. She has executed 6 advanced health care directives. She attends hearings upon request and investigates and resolves complaints by and on behalf of residents. As a certified long-term care ombudsman, Marcella has completed 36 hours of certification training and 18 hours annually of continuing education to maintain her certification status. Marcella possesses a wealth of knowledge regarding resident rights and mandated reporting requirements that she can draw upon to advocate for residents. Marcella has contributed 478 hours of volunteer service. Congratulations, Marcella. Phil Aiken is being recognized by Aging and Independent Services Retired and Senior Volunteer Program. Phil has done an exceptional work supporting the USS Midway Museum's Volunteer Office Administration, which is one of the Retired and Senior Volunteer Program's partner sites. Phil has contributed in a variety of ways to the museum operations. In the past, he served as a Midway docent, helping to explain the features of the Midway to visitors. He currently leads a team that manages an awards program recognizing volunteers shipwide. He has contributed over 20,000 hours of volunteer service in the past 14 and a half years. Congratulations, Phil. The Health and Human Services Child and Family Wellbeing Department is recognizing 2 volunteers, and I'd like to invite them forward at this time. Samantha Herrera is one of the most consistent and dedicated Camp Connect volunteers, ensuring that siblings who are separated by their placement in foster care system can remain connected. She volunteered for nearly all monthly events in 2023, participated in sibling visits, attended the 2023 summer camp, and will be a lead volunteer and member of the summer camp planning committee. Samantha has contributed 215 hours of volunteer service in the last year. Terry Hyde has been a one-on-one mentor and group mentor lead to 2 students in the Guardian Scholars Program since 2022. Terry has spent countless hours displaying compassion, care, and unwavering support, making herself available for whenever her mentors need her. She has been a resource and guide to her mentees in the face of numerous challenges, and Sherry has helped her mentees overcome those challenges with her dynamic ability to problem solve. Terry's leadership, consistency, can-do, and never-give-up attitude makes her a true example of how mentoring changes the lives of our youth. Her innate ability to connect with young adults and her own successful parenting has helped former foster youth regain trust. Terry has contributed 105 hours of volunteer service. Congratulations, Samantha and Cherry. The Department of Homeless Solutions and Equitable Communities would like to recognize Enrique Baramontes. Accepting the certificate on behalf of Enrique is volunteer coordinator Tatiana Etheridge Sims. Enrique was instrumental in preparation for several Grandparents Raising Grandchildren initiative events. Led by the Department of Homeless Solutions and Equitable Communities, Enrique supported the team with tasks such as material development, Spanish translation and interpretation at events, meeting preparation, taking meeting minutes, event planning, event setup, event facilitation, and event cleanup. Additionally, during his time as a volunteer, Enrique impressively trained another student during her onboarding. He went above and beyond to make himself available, all while juggling school and other extracurricular activities. Enrique contributed over 180 hours of volunteer service. Congratulations, Enrique. The Medical Care Services Division is recognizing 2 volunteers. I'd like to invite them forward, Dr. Lillian Harvey and volunteer coordinator Emily Gwynn, who will be accepting the certificate on behalf of Camille Fitzpatrick. Each of these volunteers, Camille Fitzpatrick and Dr. Lillian Harvey, participated in the Academic Detailing by Zip Code program by reaching out to healthcare professionals to inform them of the constantly changing guidelines for COVID-19, flu, RSV, and Mpox, and provided available resources for the January floods as well. More specifically, Camille Fitzpatrick volunteered at Love Your Heart sites for blood pressure screenings and gave vaccines at the local assistance centers after the flooding. She worked with the chief geriatric officer to contact skilled nursing facilities throughout the county to provide them with resources for COVID-19 and set up vaccine clinics at the facilities. Also, Dr. Lillian Harvey created helpful video tutorials for healthcare providers, which demonstrated how to use online tools, such as the Liverpool Interaction Checker, and how to use the academic detailing database for training purposes. In addition, she has been instrumental in requirements testing and review for a new database solution. Together, they contributed over 1,335 hours of volunteer work, with Camille contributing 360 hours and Dr. Harvey contributing 975 hours. Congratulations, Camille and Dr. Harvey. Mickey Gold is being recognized by the Parks and Recreation Department. Mickey has been an exceptional volunteer at the San Elijo Lagoon Nature Center with the Department of Parks and Recreation since 2014. In 2023, he dedicated 165 hours of volunteer service, demonstrating his professionalism and positive approach to employees, fellow volunteers, and the public. Every Wednesday, you can find Mickey assisting park visitors. He is happy to take additional shifts so that the Nature Center remains fully staffed and all visitors receive excellent customer service. When not inside the Nature Center, Mickey supports arts and crafts activities at the annual Wings Over Wetland event, the Fall Festival, and the Spring Festival, which supports over 3,000 visitors as they learn about bird migration at the San Elijo Lagoon. Additionally, he patrols the reserve trail to inform visitors about the lagoon, participates in habitat cleanup events, and provides nature education to the public. As an advocate for sustainability and conservation, Mickey taught 2 classes per week for 3rd and 5th graders, inspiring the minds of our youngest residents and resulting in hundreds of students becoming more aware of how they interact with the natural environment in San Diego County. With over 1,300 hours of volunteer service with the Department of Parks and Recreation, his support of the San Elijo Lagoon Nature Center is much appreciated. Congratulations, Mickey. Harriet Taylor is being recognized by the Planning and Development Services Department. Harriet has been a member of the Sweetwater Community Planning Group since 1991. For many years, she has also served as the co-chairperson of the group. As a co-chairperson, she prepares the meeting agendas, researches projects, conducts the monthly meetings, and handles the group's administrative tasks. With over 33 years of service, Harriet has attended hundreds of meetings and spent countless hours to learn about projects and other land use matters, consider community input, and make recommendations to the county. She has been instrumental in preserving unique topographical, ecological, historical, recreational, and cultural characteristics of Sweetwater. Harriet has contributed over 2,000 hours of volunteer service. Congratulations, Harriet. Norman Saceda is being recognized by the Probation Department. Norman has a team of volunteers who serve the youth every Sunday with prayer, gospel readings, and sharing about their faith. Even if the youth aren't affiliated or connected to a faith or religion, they still ask questions. Norman is a chaplain, or a VIP, a volunteer in probation, and is requested by youth to meet on one-on-one basis to provide religious guidance, prayer, and scripture readings. Depending on their questions and requests, Norman will counsel according to the youth's needs. He is a delightful person, enjoys providing volunteer service, and is strongly revered by the youth at the facilities. Norman has contributed over 120 hours of volunteer service. Congratulations, Norman. The public defender is recognizing 2 volunteers. I'd like to invite forward Samantha Batia and volunteer coordinator Kristen Hayden, who will be accepting the certificate on behalf of Arjun Suri. Samantha has been an exceptional volunteer investigative intern for the public defender's alternate public defender office. Being bilingual in Spanish, Sam has assisted in translating letters and communicating with witnesses. She was once in the field with an experienced investigator to conduct a social history interview with the client's mother. The witness spoke English as a second language and was more comfortable speaking Spanish. Luckily, Sam, being fluent in Spanish, ended up translating the entire interview on the fly. She also took initiative and asked helpful follow-up questions and clarified important information before translating it for the investigator. She built rapport with this mother, and thanks to her involvement, an excellent statement was obtained and a positive relationship was formed with the mother and the team. Arjun made a positive impact in the public defender office. Arjun helped with graphics for the Pretrial Advocacy and Community Connections presentation, which has been presented several times, including at the LiveWall Conference and the Office of State Public Defender Training. Arjun assessed more than 100 pretrial clients in jail and court, provided in-person service navigation at the Pretrial Advocacy and Community Connections landing, and supported clients via text and phone after their release. Arjun sent text and call reminders so clients would remember to come to their first court appearance. He would follow up with clients to ensure they received the services they need to address the root cause for why they ended up in the system in the first place. Arjun also played a big role in coordinating the remarkable Teen Award Ceremony, an annual celebration where the department honors youth who are making extraordinary contributions to society. He spent countless hours designing the program and presentation which highlighted the students' accomplishments. He reached out to various elected officials and Congress people, sent in congratulatory messages for the students. Overall, Arjun stepped up whenever he was needed, including volunteering at the homeless court pop-up fairs. He has a positive attitude and willingness to grow and learn. Together, they contributed over 920 hours of volunteer work, with Samantha contributing 420 hours and Arjun contributing over 500 hours. Congratulations to both. Bonnie Smith is being recognized by the San Diego County Fire Department. In addition to volunteering at the local level with the county's Borrego Springs Fire Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT, Bonnie has also donated her time with the National CERT Association's conference in 2023 on the pre-conference committee. She continues to be a team builder among her peers with the CERT program. Bonnie is in her third year as president of the Montezuma Valley Volunteer Community Service Organization for her community of Ranchita. In that role, she writes the local newsletter, facilitates fundraising efforts for the nonprofit, which hosts 4 community events each year. Wanting to do more for her rural community, she worked to bring Feeding San Diego out for monthly food distribution events. Most recently, Bonnie worked with a team to create the Rural Roundtable Board. This newly formed work group meets monthly to learn about each community's needs and how to best meet those needs. Bonnie has contributed over 175 hours of volunteer service. Congratulations, Bonnie. David Grappelon is being recognized by the Sheriff's Department. Dave has been the search and rescue unit since 2015 and has accumulated over 1,900 volunteer hours in both missions and in training. He is currently assigned to the Search and Rescue Team's Tech Rescue Unit and is highly trained to perform search and rescue operations in extreme weather conditions and in harsh environments. In 2023, Dave participated in several extreme and dangerous search missions to locate lost and overdue hikers. The search areas included Mount Baldy in San Bernardino, San Jacinto in Riverside, Monrovia Canyon Park in San Madre, and the El Cajon Mountain in San Diego. Dave is always highly motivated and ready to respond at a moment's notice. He is instrumental to the search and rescue program and continues to share his knowledge and expertise with others. Dave's leadership, dedication, and selfless service is highly influential to his peers and the community. Congratulations, Dave. Let's give one more round of applause for all of our volunteers today. Thank you all for being here. And for those watching on TV or social media, if you are inspired by these individuals and what they have done, the county has lots of volunteer opportunities, as you heard today. Please visit our website at www.sandiegocounty.gov/volunteer to find volunteer opportunities throughout the county. I want to thank County Volunteer Coordinator Samantha Lanham and her team for organizing this event. Thank you to the County Communications Office for their work with this event, and thank you to the County Supervisors for supporting volunteerism. Again, thanks to all of you for your outstanding contributions to the residents of this county, and thank you for being here today. We'll now take a short recess before beginning the board's regular meeting at 9:30. Thank you. Good morning. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, I will read the following statement. Chairwoman Vargas has recently been diagnosed with a medical condition that has created painful nodules and damaged her vocal cords, and has been advised by her medical professionals to rest her voice for the next few weeks in order to prevent surgery. Please be advised that today's meeting will, as always, be conducted in accordance with the board policies and the published agenda. As such, Chairwoman Vargas will, consistent with her authorities, duties, and responsibilities, chair and preside over today's meeting. So while Chairwoman Vargas is unable to speak aloud, she still has and will use her voice by communicating in alternative ways. To do so, the Chairwoman has worked with county staff to facilitate today's meeting, including public comment, staff presentations, and board discussion. If and when the Chairwoman makes comments on items, her comments will be projected onto screens for all to read, and the clerk of the board will read the comments aloud. While today's meeting may seem atypical, many of our fellow San Diegans communicate in non-audible and divergent ways every day, and our county values their voice, employment, and civic participation. We thank you for your attention and understanding. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, we will now call the April 30th, 2024 San Diego County Board of Supervisors regular meeting to order. We'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. There are communities in San Diego region that faced unjust conditions, circumstances related to the environments in which they live. The tribal nations of the San Diego region are an example of one community that has historically faced such injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples, who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States. From 4 cultural groups, the Kumeyaay, the Igueño, the Luiseño, the Copeño, and the Cahuilla. We aspire to learn from indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the injustices of the past. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, I will now call the roll. Supervisor Anderson. Here. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Here. Supervisor Desmond. Here. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. And Chairwoman Vargas is here. We'll now have the Reverend Rachel Cooley-Schaller provide the invocation. Please stand for the invocation. I'll note that the Pledge of Allegiance was provided this morning during the volunteer recognition ceremony.
Will you join me in a time of reflection and prayer? Creator God, source of all being, we come this morning carrying many different things, balancing many concerns, perhaps with heaviness in our hearts about loved ones and many who are struggling. Let us take a moment to breathe and to acknowledge what we are holding, what fuels our work. As we turn to today's work, we commit to bring our whole selves, body, mind, and spirit as one, to face the challenges of living in just community with one another. For we know there are abundant joys shared together too. Remind us along the way that we belong to one another, and that sustainable, impactful solutions are possible when we are committed to equity and flourishing for all. May we be humble but not fearful to share our views. May we be creative and collaborative to share abundance. And may we be mindful of the real lived experience of all people in our community to co-create and share justice for all. May it be so. Amen.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with our proclamations and awards. Chairwoman Vargas will be presenting the first proclamation honoring Earth Day. Accepting the proclamation will be Philip Musagas. On the screen here are Chairwoman Vargas's comments, and I'll read them for the public. On Earth Day, we celebrate a movement that has transcended borders in its shared responsibility towards our planet. As Chairwoman of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, I stand before you humbled by the tireless efforts of countless individuals and organizations who have dedicated themselves in this fight for a healthier planet. From its beginnings as a student-led protest in 1970, Earth Day has blossomed into a global phenomenon, spanning 193 countries and inspiring generations to act for the betterment of our environment. Their unwavering commitment to protecting our waterways and promoting sustainable practices is commendable, and it is with great pride that we recognize their outstanding service today. Today, we honor the pioneers of the environmental movement whose passion and dedication led to landmark legislation such as the Clean Air Act and the Endangered Species Act. Whether it's planting trees, volunteering for cleanups, or reducing our reliance on single-use plastics, every effort counts towards building a more sustainable future. In San Diego County, we are fortunate to have organizations like San Diego Coastkeeper leading the charge for environmental stewardship. Be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Nora Vargas and all members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on the 30th day of April 2024 that they commend San Diego Coastkeeper for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this day to be Earth Day throughout San Diego County. Now I'd like to invite the Executive Director of San Diego Coastkeeper, Philip Musagas, for his comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Vargas and the entire board. On behalf of our staff and myself, I thank you for this honor. Coastkeeper has been around since 1996, and our mission is pretty simple. It's to protect and restore our coastal and inland waters in San Diego County and the communities that depend on them. And so, the connection between clean water and healthy communities has, I think, never been more important. We're seeing the transborder Tijuana sewage pollution crisis and the recent horrible flooding and damage in San Diego from a lack of stormwater investment, and both of which are issues that we're working on. And so we're honored to be here today on behalf of all the organizations in San Diego that work on these issues and appreciate this honor. Thank you.
The next proclamation will be presented by Chairwoman Vargas and Supervisor Joel Anderson, honoring the National Small Business Week. Accepting the proclamation will be Daniel Fitzgerald. Again, the Chairwoman's comments are up on the screens for you. Today, we honor National Small Business Week 2024. America's strongest economic growth in almost 40 years has been driven by the resilience of our small businesses and the families and individuals behind them. Small businesses remain the heartbeat of our communities and the American economy, employing more than half of our nation's workers. A majority, 59% of all businesses in the county have less than 5 employees, and 75% have fewer than 10. When we support small businesses, local jobs are created and local communities preserve their unique culture. This is why in the County of San Diego, we allocated $36 million from ARPA funds to aid small businesses that were impacted by the pandemic. I'm honored to be joined by the U.S. Small Business Administration, the SBA, that works day in and day out to help support and guide businesses throughout programming, counseling, certifications, and disaster recovery. SBA programs connect business owners to critical resources and assistance, and they have community navigators to guide and advise small businesses. Whether you own and operate a child care center, a senior living facility, if you run a small coffee shop, or any other small business, the SBA is here to help you succeed. By renewing our commitment to supporting small businesses and entrepreneurs, we maintain our global competitiveness and build a stronger and more prosperous region where everyone can succeed. So with that, be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Nora Vargas and San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 30th day of April 2024 that they commend the County of San Diego U.S. Small Business Administration and East County Small Business Development Center for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare the week of April 28th through May 2nd, 2024 to be National Small Business Week throughout San Diego County. We'll turn it over to Supervisor Anderson.
Ditto. No, actually, I'm very happy that James Sly's here accepting this proclamation. He's done an incredible job throughout my district, throughout San Diego County, working hard to build businesses. When I was going through it, the numbers are staggering. We know that small business provides far more career opportunities than large corporations. And here we are. I just looked over the last 5 years. And the SBDC has provided over 13,000 clients the opportunity to build and grow their business. And I just want to thank them for all their hard works. We know that jobs are good, but careers are better. And SBDC has helped so many people grow their business, fostering career opportunities and creating economic growth for everybody. Everybody who has a job has a path to prosperity in a career. And so I just want to thank them for all their hard work. It means so much to my district. It means so much to San Diego County. And I'm so pleased that Nora went first and said all the great things that I agree with. So with this, I have a proclamation. I'll hold it for you if you want. Are you going to say something?
Oh, sure. It sounds like the first of a few speakers, but James Sly with the East County Small Business Development Center. Our role affords us the opportunities to serve thousands of small businesses every year. And, we get to help them with hiring their first employee, with helping them get funding so they can move out of their garages and onto our main streets. And you see the network of partners I have standing here behind me, many of whom this work is crucial to. And I share that sort of recognition with Supervisor Anderson. I think that without his support, our ability to serve these small businesses wouldn't be possible. And so on behalf of the thousands of East County businesses that we've been able to serve as part of our work here, thank you.
And thank you, Supervisor Vargas, Chairwoman. Rarely you are a woman of a few words today, but it certainly is exciting, and we appreciate those comments as well from Supervisor Anderson. And we certainly appreciate the proclamation. This is National Small Business Week. A lot of times people say small business is the backbone of the economy. I actually prefer that small business is the heart of our community. It's pumping that lifeblood through us, the lifeblood of the economy, the lifeblood of everything that we do. It's through small businesses that we enjoy so many of the different things, especially here in the San Diego County, and everything that we are certainly able to do and support. At the Small Business Development Center, because of the support of the Small Business Administration, this is the National Small Business Week in which they're declaring, and that is they're the ones who created the Small Business Development Centers. That's a staff of over 120 throughout San Diego County being able to work on that, providing support through the Small Business Development Centers, the Women's Business Center, who our director here is as well today, supporting folks who really need it, who need that boost, who need that support, but getting them expertise and the advice that they need at no cost to them to really be able to grow their small businesses. So thank you, Chairwoman.
The next proclamation will be given by Supervisor Jim Desmond, honoring the CSU San Marcos women's basketball team. Accepting the proclamation will be Murad Shah.
Hey, thanks for being here. All right. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks. Yeah. Please. Thanks. All right. Welcome. Thanks for being here. All right. Well, today, very honored, except for those on the team that have class or finals today. The Cal State San Marcos Cougars are in the house. Yes, let's give them a hand. All right. All right. So a special welcome to the administrators, coaches, and the Cal State University San Marcos women's basketball team, who now rank 24th in the nation. All right. These... I should be a sports announcer up here. The 16 superstars achieved their first National Collegiate Athletic Association NCAA Division II Final Four appearance, the first in the program's history, with 27 wins. The Cougars also won their first NCAA Division II West Regional Championship in the whole program's history. The Cougars team is strong and successful. Their coach, with Jordan Vasquez, who's the program's first All-American, not coach, but member, first team selection, Division II, Conference Commissioners Association West Regional Player of the Year. These outstanding players were led by Coach Renee Jimenez, who was named the California Collegiate Athletic Coach of the Year for the 4th time in her career. And she reached her career of 250 wins just this last January. This is a phenomenal team. They've done well. They've been great representatives here of us in San Diego County and North County. And we really want to congratulate the Cal State University San Marcos Cougars. So be it proclaimed by myself and Chairwoman Vargas and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors that on this 30th day of April 2024, that we congratulate the Cal State University San Marcos women's basketball team, coaches, administrators, and their parents and families for their outstanding commitment to sportsmanship, academics, community spirit, and for North County, San Diego. So we proudly congratulate the CSUSM women's basketball team for their first appearance in the Final Four. Next time you're going to win it, right? All right. They keep getting better and better and better and moving up. So we congratulate them and hereby declare today to be Cal State University San Marcos Women's Basketball Team Day throughout San Diego County. All right.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors. As was mentioned, in true student-athlete form, our student-athletes, majority of them are in class, but we do have some folks here with us, so just want to do a quick introduction. So we have one of our assistant coaches, Tina Samaniego. We have Jade Ramirez, one of our student-athletes, and Camille Johnson, one of our student-athletes as well. Martin Jensen, our team manager, and Zach Bunshaft, our what is that? He's new. It's his first day. Government relations title, yes. And then Dr. Ben Cherry is our faculty athletic representative. So thank you again for this tremendous honor. Wow, what a season it's been for our Lady Cougars. Just really magical. You know, we got an opportunity to go out to St. Joseph, Missouri for the Final Four in the Elite 8 round as a number 8 seed in the tournament. And, you know, if you ask our student athletes and our coaches, we know that we weren't a number 8 seed, but that's just the way the chips fell. And we proved it when we played our first Elite 8 game. We knocked off the number 1 seeded Gannon. So that was a great accomplishment, yeah. You know, we went to the Final Four round. It's the first time ever in our program, in our department history, and just the love and the support that we had not only in St. Joseph, Missouri, but in the community of San Marcos and San Diego County, both on the local level and the national level, was just really special. So what a special moment, and once again, thank you for having us. We have a special gift for you, Supervisor Desmond. We have a signed basketball here for you. All right. There we go, signed by the team. Yeah. So thank you again, everyone, and congratulations to our teams.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with non-agenda public communications. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on today's agenda. The only action that the board may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. As a reminder, according to Rule 4A, members of the public that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will get twice the allotted time for their comments, which is 4 minutes. As a reminder, according to the board's rules of procedure, audience members shall not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or anything that disrupts these proceedings. To better facilitate the meeting, we will have 5 speakers in person, 5 speakers by phone, and the rest of the non-agenda public communication will be heard at the conclusion of today's meeting. I'll now call forward the public speakers. We have 21 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda. 10 in person, 11 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'd like to invite forward Johanna Hester, Kira Green, Sabrina Bishop, Raymond Wood, and Crystal Irving. If I've called your name, please come forward. And again, I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good morning, Joanna Hester. Yes? Okay. My name is Joanna Hester. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for the United Domestic Workers, SAFSME, Local 3930. At UDW, we pride ourselves on being a union that fights for more than just wages and benefits. We fight for the well-being of our communities where our dedicated members and clients live and work. Our workforce, which is largely made up of women and people of color, has spent decades fighting to be represented and heard on this very board. We've spent countless hours behind this podium, in and out, in our communities, going door to door to ensure that we have leaders who better represent and understand our workforce and working families here in San Diego. Today we speak on behalf of working families who want to know, how is it that the process of hiring the next CAO lacked transparency? It lacks transparency. We want to know how a year ago a qualified candidate was offered the job but did not make the list for this coming interview session. We want to know. We want to know. And Cindy Chavez is not alone. The first search round found...
Ma'am, I'm going to pause your time. Again, as a reminder, members of the public shall not whistle, clap, or disrupt the proceedings. So please ask you to not whistle, clap, or stomp your feet. Thank you. We'll resume your time.
And Cindy Chavez is not alone. The first search round found many qualified candidates who are now not even being considered. By refusing to even interview these candidates, this board is silencing not just the voices of working families in San Diego County, but also the first Black woman supervisor. Some members of this board deceived our communities by flip-flopping behind closed doors. You've decided that the voices of San Diego working families don't matter, and we will not stand for that. Not today, not tomorrow, and never.
Again, I'm going to remind the audience that under the board's rules of procedure, the conduct clapping is disruptive to the meeting, so we're going to ask you to stop. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sabrina Bishop, and I am an IHSS care provider for over 6 years. The work I do is extremely rewarding. But what isn't rewarding is coming here over and over and over again to fight for working families in this county. Let us cut to the chase. You are denying pro-worker candidate Cindy Chavez a fair shot at being appointed the Chief Administrative Officer, a job she was already offered. What happened? Cindy Chavez is pro-worker. She wants to speak for working families. With people like her in office, our voices go unheard. It's hard not to notice that her pro-worker stance might be the reason she isn't being considered any longer. And we know you're refusing to interview other pro-worker candidates. It's almost like you'll take any opportunity to play politics with our future to prop up the status quo. Our demand is simple. Quit playing politics, especially closed-door politics. We demand fair and transparency, a process in picking the chief administrative officer. If a candidate who was made the cut the first day suddenly doesn't anymore, we deserve to know why, and we need all candidates to be interviewed. Respecting our voices is more than just hiring people who represent us. It's about making sure that decisions being made about our working families is made in a way where let me go back. Don't forget, you work for us and everybody that you hire.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Again. Again, I'm going to ask you to please discontinue clapping. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ray Wood, a proud SEIU 22 member and the union steward for AWM. Our work is more challenging than ever. That's why we need a strong leader for the county. That's why I'm here today to talk about the CAO hiring process. The CAO affects the housing programs, immigrants, refugees. It shapes our response to the environmental issues, drives economic development, and more. A position that important to our region must be transparent and public in order to promote trust and diversity. Recently, the San Diego County Board of Supervisors met in closed session to begin the CAO selection process and withheld the names of the candidates from the public. The only candidate that we know about is Cindy Chavez. Cindy Chavez was offered the position in the previous selection process before the entire process had to be restarted. Now, she reportedly is not getting an interview. Chavez would be the first Latina CAO of the County of San Diego and has an accomplished record of public service. She was vice mayor, city councilwoman, county supervisor. Our county needs to move forward with a CAO like Chavez. We urge the Board of Supervisors to be transparent by taking action, create a public and open process where the public can meet the finalists for the Chief Administrative Officer, include all finalists from the previous process in the final steps of the hiring process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I am Kira Green. I'm the Executive Director at the Center on Policy Initiatives. And as part of our work, we are the conveners of a community coalition of about 20 organizations called Invest in San Diego Families. For almost a decade, Invest in San Diego Families has been coming together to fight for a San Diego County that cares for and puts power in the hands of regular people. For over a year and a half since Helen Robbins Myers announced her intention to retire, we have been vocal about how important it is that the community has an opportunity to meaningfully weigh in on the hiring of her replacement. Specifically, we asked the board to publicly release the hiring process and timeline, host public forums for community members to share the values they want to see reflected in the next CAO, include community representatives in the review and selection process, and provide an opportunity for the public to ask questions and assess the final candidates. Twice now, this board has opted to undertake a process behind closed doors. The only exception to this closed-door approach has been that someone sought to take political advantage of Nathan Fletcher's resignation by leaking the name of the successful applicant from the 2023 search. And working with proponents of the old failed approach of this county has worked to smear the name of that applicant, their reputation, and their credentials. Rather than moving to a public process after that embarrassment, the board has spent even more time and money on consultants. And the only thing we know right now is that the applicant whose name has been smeared is being punished. And the people who broke the rules and moved this process into the public are being rewarded for that behavior. Those of us who had faith and trust when the chairwoman told us that this would be a fair and transparent process feel that we've been lied to. Any decision that does not allow all applicants from the last round an opportunity to move forward will be unfair.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Crystal Irving, president of SEIU Local 221. I'm so disappointed that we are here today, and you've heard me say this before. For over a decade, we fought for term limits and to bring representation to democracy, and we envisioned a day with a pro-worker, pro-community board. So many of us worked so hard for it, and now we're on the cusp of letting an opportunity slip away. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. We can pass policy after policy at this board, but for our members, their day-to-day experiences have not changed. For the communities that we serve, their day-to-day experiences with the county has not changed. Some bosses treat workers like numbers. Departments caring more about awards than serving clients, contracting out to pay for cheaper services that actually cost our communities even more. So we're at a crossroad. Are we going to have the status quo at the county, or are we going to have transformational leadership? Chairwoman Nora Vargas, we know you can fix this. You can set up a transparent process where we meet the finalists. You can right a wrong by adding finalists from the first round into this group of finalists so that there's a chance for the new board to meet the candidates and the community to learn who you originally voted for. You were elected, Nora, because you are a strong leader. And one of the signs of strong leadership is accepting accountability for a mistake and fixing it. You know that this process was wrong. You know that knocking out the candidate that you voted for is wrong. And it's not too late to show your leadership and make it right. And we're counting on you for that, Chairwoman Nora Vargas. I would also like to submit a letter on behalf of statewide unions because people are watching this. People have their eyes on San Diego because all of the transformative work that we've done over this last decade, people are watching, and it's not too late to do the right thing. Thank you.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. Again, we'll be hearing from the first 5 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller. The first caller is Consuelo. Your device might be muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, wow, Crystal, you're starting to sound like the same people you once called bad actors. Well, dream on, because this board will never do what's right for the people. Quit playing politics is something that I heard. The people beg their politicians. That's a conundrum. Irony is that it's the game that you all are playing along with as well. Chavez ain't going to save you. Neither is Biden or Trump or any other government puppet. It's up to each and every one of us who know better to continue to keep them working for us. It's up to us to hold them accountable. That's not what I had planned to say, but I'm going to go back to that. Anyways, look up what is the only species that pays to live on the earth. I want to remind the people who act responsible, paying their mortgage, rent, car notes. We pay for insurance, medical, car, homeowners, all of them. We pay for food, travel, entertainment, taxes, everything under the sun, including even our own death. We are the only species on this beautiful planet that pays to live. No other species is stupid enough to allow for what government has conned humans into doing. Now look up, what do humans have that no other species has? An answer you may get is the ability to think, learn, and control our environment makes humanity genuinely different from all other animals. The human species obtained those qualities, yet still continues to believe that it needs to be governed, taxed, continues to believe that it needs to be led by power-hungry, greedy psychopaths. It's often said on social media, especially by people on the right, the conservatives, let's not forget what they did to us. Well, I'm here to say to the right and left, let's not forget what we've allowed government to get away with. Let's not forget who keeps perpetuating all of the wrongdoing by government. We continue allowing for government to misbehave and act reckless with.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Although it's now official, homelessness in San Diego County has now risen every month for 2 straight years. The death rate among homeless as mushrooms, and the situation risks our health too. Since October 2022, we've told you to de-emphasize housing first. The main reason, there are so many other important ways to stop homelessness that by the time housing is built the way you want, it's really housing lasts. Those facing homelessness need more than just housing to build an independent lifestyle and thrive. They need community. They need mentors and friends. They need the genuine love and support that would they need to be treated like human beings. Often homelessness is deeper than the lack of shelter, by the way in the situations experienced. It's often an uphill battle that requires a healthy physical, emotional, spiritual well-being. You seem to be doing everything you can for the developers, include hunger shelters, but in housing, which you need to build first. Dicey costs are mass producing even more homeless people. Worse, billions of dollars were spent trying to fix this problem, which just keeps getting worse. And for years, not even months, years. I mean, save up. I was right. Government just doesn't work for people.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair Vargas. I hope you can hear me okay, because it's not streaming online, and it's very, very crackly. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. Thank you, Terry.
Okay, very good. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm a parent of 3 adult sons, and I work on good public health policy and land use decisions at my county planning groups. Excuse me. I came this morning to share this information from the American Medical Association, AMA, who recently voted to adopt several resolutions of importance to young people's physical and mental health welfare. One resolution of concern was regarding marketing for cannabis that suggests that marijuana is a cure-all for all your ills. Quoting from the resolution, and I quote, information about the potential dangers and harms of cannabis, especially among vulnerable populations like young adults and pregnant women, is inadequate, especially amid the storm of pro-cannabis marketing from that industry, end quote, which reminds us all too much of the tobacco industry. San Diego's youth population is particularly vulnerable to predatory advertising and promotion of smoking and vaping and edible marijuana products found on billboards around our county. It is well known that the use of cannabis can lead to addiction. The AMA resolution also reads, this can have a profound effect on young adults' journey through adolescence into adulthood and their participation as responsible and generous citizens in San Diego, an important goal for all decision makers. Please do not expand marijuana marketing presence in the county via storefronts and billboards. Thank you for hearing my concerns this morning.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
morning. My name is Diane Grace, a mother, grandmother, and an advocate for youth. And I'm deeply concerned about marijuana use by our teens today. Unfortunately, the public has been groomed by special interests to believe marijuana is safe, natural, therapeutic, and medicine without any evidence to support those claims. 30% of marijuana users have cannabis use disorder, meaning they are addicted to the drug, according to the Yale School of Medicine. The International Journal of Drug Policy also noted that 44.7% of those using marijuana have gone on to use other illegal drugs. At the same time, science and real empirical data demonstrate the mounting evidence of real consequences: physical, mental, and social harms, costly hospitalization and mental health treatment, child poisonings, crimes, birth defects, IQ loss, cognitive difficulties, DUIs, suicides, families torn apart, lives destroyed. And experts say marijuana's harms are only beginning to be identified. With Proposition 64, the state and county promised prevention and education programs, but few have materialized. We are counting on you to uphold your commitment to public health by providing the county with prevention and education regarding the harms and risks of today's highly potent marijuana, and also not enabling more marijuana businesses to flourish in the county, enticing our teens. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the final caller this morning.
Good morning. This is Peggy Walker. I work with my local planning group and feel that you are pursuing widespread marijuana commercialization in rural areas that have failed to address unchecked, dubious business practices of this industry. For one, misleading advertising and messaging that needs better control and oversight. This industry wants us to believe, for example, that pot is a cure-all, while the medical community repeatedly warns weed in smoked or edible form has no medicinal value. Consumers need to know, supervisors, that the same products and strains sold for recreational use are sold for, quote, medicinal use. And it's the arbitrary decision of a sales clerk with no medical training to decide what's, quote, medicinal. Consumers need to know medical pot users are not immune from cannabis use disorder, another name for addiction, and suffer it at the same rate, 1/4 to 1/5 of users, as recreational consumers. That risk increases to 33% for young people using weekly or more often, and is high among consumers using for depression and pain, according to studies. So my point is, if you insist on pushing retail sales of psychoactive products on our communities, this is particularly dangerous with today's high THC potency. You need also to ensure far better control over misleading industry practices, especially messaging. But where is that effort? Consumers deserve to know the truth about marijuana risks and harms. Do better public education. And the industry needs greater oversight to stop misleading practices. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. Again, all the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you so much, Clerk. Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. I just have a couple of quick comments in response to some of the public comment that we've heard here today so far. I just want to make clear I will not comment on anything closed session, but I do want to make a brief comment. I want to acknowledge and understand the community's frustration, and particularly our community of county workers that are here with the process of hiring the next CAO. We know that the role of the CAO is extremely important and significant, overseeing nearly 20,000 employees and implementing a budget of $8.2 billion. Community input is immensely important. I have, in my about 5 years of being an elected official, I've participated in quite a few hiring processes for different positions, and most of those have been a traditional hiring process, but included a community panel like this hiring process does. So I definitely understand that this bit larger, more transparent process is not always a conventional process. However, I also understand that we have been through a lot as a county in the last year. And that we have seen a lot of shifting in the last year. And my concern is that anything that we do or any decision that we make in this process will be in the shadow of the last process, for which I was not present. And although a less conventional route, I think with also its own set of implications, I believe that a public process would probably benefit us all in the long run, because this situation is a very unique situation. And I just want to put that on the record. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Thank you. I also just want to respond to a lot of the folks who came out today. I'm very concerned about our CAO process, and I also want to reiterate, as my colleague did, that we cannot comment on any kind of closed session deliberations or decisions unless a board majority would vote to make those deliberations and decisions more transparent. So I just wanted to say for myself, I would like to see a more transparent process. I would love to see a process where we were able to interview the finalists in public, both the finalists from this round and certainly including the finalists from last round. I think it would be great if we could interview both the last round and this round of these finalists in public. I think it would be really important to have more transparency and community voice and have that public process. Unfortunately, that is not where we are right now, and I'll definitely be looking at, appreciate everyone's comments. I know how important this is for folks, and I will definitely take this into consideration. I'd love to have the opportunity to work with some of my colleagues to see whether we could revisit this. I know we have some upcoming meetings. There's a meeting on May 21st. We have some upcoming closed sessions. So looking at whether we can change this process, because of course that is up to the vote of the board to make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of statement of proceedings for the regular meeting of April 9th, 2024. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? So moved. Is there a second? Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, second by Supervisor Montgomery Steppe. Please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. We'll now proceed with the formation of the consent calendar, items 1 through 20. Members of the public will be able to comment on the consent calendar after the supervisors pull items they would like for discussion. I will note that item 1 and 15 is being withdrawn by the Chief Administrative Officer. Again, that's items 1 and 15 are being withdrawn. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, would any of our colleagues like to pull any items for discussion, starting with Supervisor Montgomery Steppe?
Yes, I would like to actually pull item number 12 briefly, and just while I'm on the lights, thank the Chairwoman and Supervisor Anderson for bringing it forward. I do have a couple questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
No items to pull, no items to discuss, and I'll make a motion for the balance of those items on the consent calendar that are not pulled.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Nothing at this time.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Nothing at this time. Second.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now turn to public comment. As a reminder for the members of the public, please keep your comments related to those items only on the consent calendar. We have 13 requests to speak on items on the consent calendar, 7 in person and 6 requesting to speak by phone. As a reminder, item 12 has been pulled for discussion, so any members of the public that requested to speak on that item, please hold your comments until the board begins discussing those items. That item, we will receive public comment on that item separately. Any members of the public that requested to speak on the remaining items by phone on the consent calendar, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, we'll invite you to please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. We'll begin with the speakers in favor. I'd like to invite forward Crystal Irving and Edwin Keith. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record, and please identify which item on the consent calendar you're speaking on. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning again, Crystal Irving, SEIU 221, and I'm here to urge you to vote yes on item 14 to support a film about the Cesar Chavez Club, the model of community and engagement and participation. And on the topic of community participation, I want to thank Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer and Supervisor Monica Montgomery-Stepp for your supportive comments about the importance of a transparent CAO process. I'm pleased to hear that there is support for this idea of a transparent process where we can meet the CAO finalists and have the finalists from the initial round included in this one. And unfortunately, we know that it takes 3 votes to move forward an idea like this. So we're here to call upon Chairwoman Nora Vargas to stand with the people because it's not too late to do the right thing and show us what democracy looks like. I'll just say this, hey, hey, ho, ho, give us the voice for CAO. Hey, hey, ho, ho, give us.
Thank you. We're gonna call a recess. The board was in recess. Thank you. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, we've had a disruptive audience that has been provided multiple warnings, and their actions were prohibiting the meeting from being conducted. Under the board's rules of procedure and in compliance with the government code, because we've had a group that has willfully interrupted the meeting and has made the meeting infeasible, we will be restoring the meeting by allowing individuals who have requested to speak to come into the chamber. So we'll be calling individuals in groups of 3, and we'll allow you to come into the chamber to provide your comments. Any news media who are here are allowed to be readmitted into the chamber. Again, individuals may observe the proceedings in the overflow room, and we'll be calling you in groups of 3 to come down to speak when it is your turn.
At this time, the group has agreed to leave the building.
Okay, thank you again. We'll resume public comment on the consent items. Again, I'm going to be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask individuals in the overflow rooms to please listen for their name. Edwin Keith, followed by Bryant Rumbaugh and allegedly Audra. If I've called your name, you may enter the chamber.
Those are our first 3 speakers.
Those are our first 3 speakers. Thank you. Edwin Keith, Bryant Rumbaugh, allegedly Audra. You're welcome to enter through the front door of the chamber. We'll give you a moment to enter. And they'll be followed by Mark, if you'd like to queue up into the hallway. While we're waiting for those individuals, we'll go ahead and hear from those that requested to speak by phone. Again, we are on consent items, and we'll hear from our first caller.
Good morning, all citizens, all of those. Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Paul, but your microphone is a little bit touchy.
Yeah, I'm thinking the system in the chamber, actually. I have great projects for the city of San Diego as local arts agency. By the way, this is number 16. I suggest a movie about homeless people. Tragedy. I see the second last scene, the battle scene with the hill. the homeless, finally angered beyond reason, pour over the top in a wave, with increasing numbers in each wave, holding all sorts of random weapons and shovels and pitchforks. Mayor and his henchmen, with a brief resistance, run for their lives. Then the listing page campaign tent where the mayor and henchmen discuss how much money they can make and how they can make it, and what distortions and lies they can use to get their hands on more money. The city politicians have big egos and have wasted a lot of our tax dollars voting no to inflating their egos further. 3, the sheriff agreement with Grossmont Union, who proposed $737,000 of county funds to provide 4 deputies to the Grossmont schools to, quote, help foster communication and awareness about safety with school administrators, students, parents, and other community members. Goals also improve school attendance and decrease the potential for violence. Holistic.
We'll hear from the next caller.
I'm hearing a lot of clicking on the video on the live feed. I'm not sure if they can fix that. I don't think anybody's going to be able to hear what people are saying.
Kathleen, that was the last caller. That individual is having issues with their phone, but it appears that everybody else is successfully able to hear. So go ahead with your comments.
I'm hearing that same clicking, though. I can't. Let me call back and see if I can have a better feed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
We'll go on to the next caller.
It's truth item 2. If we eliminated Sandag, there'd be more than $375,000 a year for 4 choppers for the sheriff. Just the Sandag board meetings cost more than that. Item 4, note of $525,000 for DNA test equipment from Keegan Inc. and Thermo Fisher's Life Tech. Thermo Fisher is a company that knowingly sold products to China that used them for racial segregation of Uyghur and Hui peoples. And German company Keegan is involved in digital PCRs, gene sequencing, and CRISPR to copy, silence, and modify genes. And 6, note of $275,000 from the Frederick J. West estate to go to Crazy Bergman's prison day spa for the homeless. Item 8, note of $402,000 state debt dollars for training lab workers to experiment with viruses. Item 13, it'd be better if the county rejects all the Central Committee candidates because political parties are a conflict of interest against the country. Item 14, note of $250,000 state debt dollars for UDW's propaganda film that they've already got hundreds of thousands of dollars for. Government using taxpayers' money to pay for a political union's propaganda is another conflict of interest, especially when they shut down the meeting. Item 17, there's no reason why the city of San Diego should have their commission represent the whole county on the state art council. They can't even represent their local constituents. Item 19, note of Molly Weber on the planning commission. She's from the San Diego Housing Commission who does nothing but overpay by millions for hotels. It's also double dipping. Note of Sabrina Bishop to the Aging and Independent Services. Note of UDW minions who align with socialists like Bernie Sanders. Note of Amanda Berry to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, working for the American Public Health Association. That means she knows nothing of real health. It's no wonder she worked for Hinge Cringe Terra. And note of Idara Ogunsaju to the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. Note to anyone on their San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce as their members are filling up every board, committee, and commission. Item 18, I'm still waiting for the derelict of duty to have oversight on their own conflicts of interest. And hey, ho, ho. Let's just end the meeting so we can all go home. Hey, ho, ho, let's end the meeting.
Thank you.
So we can all go home.
Now resume the in-person speakers. Again, I ask you to please state your name for the audio record. Thank you.
My person uses the name Audra. Wow, it's crazy what's just been happening, right? I don't even know what to talk about. There's so many things on this consent. And it's sad because You don't really have the consent of the people to do all of these things. But you guys put it all on this, and so many of them, that there's not even enough time for people to actually speak about them. And then it's like you wonder why people are frustrated. Right? I mean, don't you see what's happening? I feel like the whole county should be in here protesting. But then it's sad because it's like I've been drug out by this man right here for doing less. Beat up. I've been arrested 3 times for doing less. And then when the unions come in, this kind of stuff can take place. And I'm not saying I want you to arrest them, but I want you to treat people fairly. And it's not happening. And people are frustrated because of all the things that are going on in the county, all the times that you pretend that you're transparent, and you're not. And it sows discord within the people. And it's sad that that kind of stuff has to happen in order for you to listen, but what's going to change from all of that going on? Probably nothing. And it's just, it's sad because there's so many things that people should be frustrated about, and there's a lot of things that people aren't. But we continue to allow it. It's like Consuelo was saying, it's like we allow all this stuff to happen, and we shouldn't. We should be course correcting. And then imagine the way the community and the county would look and be if all of us changed course and started being the light instead of just being enveloped in darkness.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, 2, Sandag should have absolutely nothing to do with a helicopter program or anything else for that matter. It didn't exist in government about 45 years ago. Sandag is a treasonous organization implementing globalist UN 21 goals regionally. It did not exist before 1980 approximately and should not now. No one got to vote for Sandag officials to have the unprecedented power they willed against we the people of Southern California on behalf of the globalist United Nations. They've infiltrated our government and should be disbanded. 4, Quiagen is primarily controlled by institutional shareholders such as BlackRock and Vanguard. 8, your own equity impact states that SD is one of the busiest border crossings. To allow an unchecked health of migrants entering our country and fund labs against pathogens is unforgivably stupid and diametrically opposed. 9, not checking migrants for STDs is also unforgivably stupid for the same reason as 8. 10, knowingly exposing someone to HIV is now a misdemeanor, carrying a mere 6-month sentence instead of about 8 years previously, like it at least should be. Government obviously does not care about you or your children at all. That's obvious from that. 17, your sustainability impact statement says they may use sustainable materials in art, as well as use of art to support sustainable efforts and topics. It's Hegelian dialectic. 17 could have been good, but will probably be used to fund globalist propaganda art. 19, appointing people to promote globalist agendas against our sovereignty. These are some videos you guys can see. They're all YouTube titles. This is Rosa Corey. She was an expert California witness. See that? To understand Agenda 21, what's going on, it's real. This is Sandag planning to stop your, to restrict your movement in 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 50 seconds. And this one.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Jason, we're going to hold off. You're here for speaking on item 12. We're going to get to that in a minute. The next speaker is Bryant Rumbaugh. All right, we'll resume hearing from the individuals I requested to speak by phone.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Ann Riddle calling in to speak in support of item 7 on the consent. As a person who probably falls into this category of the aged population, I see that cutoff is 60 and up, so I'm thinking I fall into this. I appreciate all funding that comes to help this aging population we have at the county. We're living longer, and we want to live healthier. We appreciate the grants that are coming, some $33 million, as I understand it, and we appreciate the county vision that we will all live, and particularly this seems to be important for us that are older, a healthy, safe, and thriving life. I did want to speak on behalf of my husband, who's a pharmacist. He's very concerned about the idea that marijuana could be a medicine. He feels that it does not meet the criterions that they know for pharmaceuticals that they dispense at the pharmacy. They are concerned that what we're seeing in the marketplace that the county wants to perpetuate, they have not met rigorous independent safety trials. The products are not reproducible or standardized or produced under safe conditions. We're also concerned that there's much advertising that suggests they are medicine and that it's made from a natural plant. It is not. It is hybridized and also extracted from the plant using many types of oils. And if you want more information, you can look at thcphotos.org, and it'll show countless pictures of the products that are processed and very far removed from being organic. Thank you for letting me share this.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Lippett. The county received I'd like to speak to consent item 6. The county received a generous donation to their behavioral health services, and I would respectfully request that they use those funds to make up for its failure to engage in a robust public health campaign to counter the marijuana industry's campaign of misinformation and myths claiming that marijuana is natural, medicinal, therapeutic, or harmless. It is none of the above. Its silence, public health, our county's public health department silence in the face of this board's marijuana policies that support a for-profit addictive drug industry with the goal of maximizing the use, abuse, and availability and normalization of marijuana is irresponsible. It is nearly impossible to juxtapose the preponderance of evidence of the harms of marijuana with the continued silence on the part of the county's public health department. This department was once a national leader in primary drug prevention efforts. Its failure to engage in public health messaging, public information campaigns, and failing to counter the economically biased county marijuana policies or the marijuana industry's grand public information campaign. It defies logic, and it is a betrayal of working in the public health industry. So I would appreciate it if you would please remember your roots. Remember what you were trained to do. It is not to support addictive policies. It is not to ignore the harms of a harmful drug. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Consuelo. Yeah, the system is not working. It's clicking, the phone system, just to let you guys know. Anyways, so I learned a long time ago that if I give government the power to feed me, I also give government the power to starve me. And we all must remember that. This is a quote by John D. Rockefeller. The poisons will be hidden in everything that surrounds them, in what they drink, eat, breathe, and wear. We must be ingenious in dispensing the poisons, for they can see far. We will teach them that the poisons are good, with fun images and musical tones. Those they look up to will help. We will enlist them to push our poisons. And that is Big Pharma Daddy. And just a reminder to everybody else,
Marijuana is safer than most of your groceries. That's a fact. That's it.
Thank you. And we have one remaining speaker in person, Councilmember Von Wilpert. No, for item 5? Different item, okay. Perfect.
She's on item. But I always love to hear from her.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on the items on the consent calendar. And Chairwoman Vargas, we have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, a second by Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. Please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Madam Chair, I don't know if it's appropriate, but we weren't anticipating having item 12 pulled. Is it possible to move
It's going to be next.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the public's awareness, we'll be hearing the discussion items in the following order. 12 will be heard first, followed by item 25, 24, 34, 28, and 29. Then we'll be hearing the remainder of the items in numerical order. So again, 12, 25, 24, 34, 28, 29, then we'll be back in numerical order. We'll now move on to discussion item 12, expanding opportunities for local businesses to participate in county contracts. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak on this item. We have 9 requests to speak on this item, 5 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. For any members of the public that requested to speak on this item by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'd like to invite forward David Nelson, followed by Jason Paggio. Again, you'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and please state your name for the audio record.
Very good. Good morning, David Nelson. Good morning, Chair Vargas, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, and supervisors. My name is David Nelson. I'm the President and CEO of Capital Regions Consulting, an equity-focused economic development firm based in Sacramento. Appears I brought the protester spirit down with me today, but very lively meeting that you've had so far. I just wanted to come down. I felt it was important enough to set aside my time in Sacramento and come down and uplift and acknowledge the leadership of the county on this such critical, important issue for small businesses in the region in response to equity and small business procurement. One of the proudest moments in my career in economic development and small business advocacy was the passage of Assembly Bill 2019. During the pandemic, I had the distinct honor of writing that legislation and working with Assemblymember Petrie Norris to not only get the bill through the legislature with no votes, but ultimately work with the Newsom administration to get it signed by the governor and into law September of 2022. I share this because, as you'll hear from the Asian Business Association, since they were one of the first organizations in the state to support the bill, the vision for 2019 was to be a primer of sorts for local jurisdictions, such as the county, to take, adapt, and apply as best fits for that jurisdiction the tools and guidance that law provides, with the obvious end goal of inviting more small, diverse, and minority-owned businesses into your procurement pipeline. I see the proposed action in front of you today as a needed, critical step in road mapping what success looks like for those businesses to be involved with county procurement. San Diego has been a leader in economic development and growth for quite some time, and I can tell you as a small business owner that there is absolutely nothing more powerful and impactful and empowering than a contract. It is a means of home ownership, gainful employment, and even a vehicle for immigration. So I applaud your work, leadership on this vital matter, and I look forward to supporting it any way that I can. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to call 3 additional speakers, allegedly Audra, Mark, and Bryant Rumbaugh. If I've called you from across the hall, please come into the chamber.
Good morning, Chair Vargas, supervisors. Jason Paggio, the President and CEO of the Asian Business Association, here to express our support for the request to expand the county's reach to local businesses in order to allow for more procurement. As businesses continue to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as deal with economic challenges, it's now more important than ever to develop opportunities for our small business community to take part in contracting opportunities with our local agencies. As a Livewell partner, ABA advocated on behalf of small, minority-owned, and disadvantaged businesses to expand opportunities to participate in government procurement processes. As part of the Small Business Development Center network, we offer educational workshops, technical assistance, business mentorship, and access to capital to minority-owned small businesses, entrepreneurs, and startups in hard-to-reach communities at no cost. In 2023, as you heard earlier, our work with the SBDC Network helped to provide more than 230 new businesses and generate over $1 billion in economic impact to our region. This included providing over 16,000 counseling hours for more than 4,600 clients, nearly half of which are women and minority-owned businesses. This builds upon our work during the COVID-19 pandemic, where through the Strategic Alliance of Ethnic Chambers, we conducted specialized outreach and technical assistance to small businesses to distribute millions of dollars in funding to local small and minority-owned businesses on behalf of the city and the county. During our consistent outreach efforts to these business owners, our advisors repeatedly received feedback regarding the difficulties in contracting with our local government agencies. As part of the county's effort in developing its outreach plan and report back to this board, we recommend working with those community-based organizations who have the relationships and direct communication paths to our region's small businesses, as well as the expertise and knowledge with the county-based programs for small businesses. Lastly, we believe it's important for the county to conduct a small business study to understand where the county stands in terms of the types of businesses it contracts with and which departments' barriers for small businesses to do business with the county, and provide recommendations to increase the amount and types of small businesses working.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. This is a very interesting item. Thank you, Monica, for pulling it, because really wanted to talk more about it. And then when everything is in consent, you have a really hard time doing that. But when we think about county contracts with local businesses, what I tend to think about is Crust Kitchen and the contracts that the county has engaged with them, and they're giving meals to illegals 3 times a day, 500 meals, 1,500 meals a day. And you know what that's actually doing? It's like you would think it would help the community, right? But what it's doing instead is actually taking away from the workers there. The employees are losing hours and money because of the contract you got with this business, multi-million-dollar contract. And the employees are upset because it's like, well, we don't have the same hours as we did because they're closing down for several hours in the day to provide these meals to people who have committed a federal offense by crossing the border illegally. And when they go to their boss, you know what he says? What's it to you? Because you know why? He's getting millions of dollars. What is it to him? Doesn't matter, because he thinks about the money. He doesn't think about his employees. So in your pursuit to give these contracts to people, you're actually making the community suffer more. And that's what's so sad, is that they don't really have a say. It's like, what, do they go get another job and hope that that company doesn't have a contract with the county that's going to take away from them? I mean, imagine that, to think about having to feed illegals at your business or where you work, and then you lose money for that. Is that fair? Doesn't seem like it, but that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, the entire idea that the county has any concern for small business is just a total, it's BS. And of course, there's an illusion of that. They have to keep a facade. All of this is Agenda 21. And it is a main mandate of our entire government. Rosa Corey was an expert court witness. Her expertise was in land use and property valuation, eminent domain, land use. And she worked for the Department of Transportation as a district branch chief. And you can see her expert witness, her expert statements before a legislature in this video on YouTube to understand what's going on with that. And then you can see Sandag, which Nora is also the head of, which shouldn't exist, which is promoting UN agendas. on this title. This is their video, not somebody else's video about them. And at 1 hour and 22 minutes and 50 seconds, you can see them talking about limiting our movement. They have people over from Spain or somewhere in the EU that are already doing it. They're screwing the people there on roads that, of course, we paid for with our own tax dollars to use for ourselves. But all totalitarian governments limit your movement and take your rights away and take your weapons. That's one thing they all have in common, and control everything in every aspect. It's what the cameras are all about. You should see this. This is where we signed the UN treaty in 1945, which is why all these things are coming from on high. Climate change mandates, all of it. You need to see this. It's unconstitutional. It should never be. It shouldn't be accepted. And if you don't believe that the government could do things like that, look at these two video titles. You can see the one on Zeitgeist from 6 minutes and 40 seconds to 25 minutes.
Thank you. Final call for Brian Trumbaugh. If he's in the hallway, you're welcome to come into the chamber.
What are we talking about?
Item 12. We've already, that was on consent and that was withdrawn.
Yep. How is everybody? Good to see you.
If you could please state your name for the audio record.
Still Brian Rumbaugh. Well, you know, I am a small business owner, and I actually just put down 1 through whatever, but I was planning on speaking on number 1 because to be quite honest with you, I'm worried about our country. I understand you've already, I'm aware of that, but we got to get back to the roots. And, you know, I'm going to be up here a few times today, Jim. Good to see you, bud. See you guys soon.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. Start with our first caller. First caller is Consuelo. Your device might be muted.
It's muted.
Thank you.
Yeah, so they're used for, thank you. So just like everything else, they're only concerned with small businesses because they just need to, you know, have some more people to exploit, you know, and that's just exactly how this government operates, off the backs of we, the stupid people. Another thing I wanted to say regarding, it's funny how, you know, the operations like Cross Kitchen, you know, these people, another, you know, the government's using them too. But still, it's just really eye-opening to see how even the employees themselves are more concerned with their coworkers not having enough hours. Not even the government gives a shit about that, you know? It's just like, wow, it's just so, it's amazing what we as individuals can accomplish. We don't need to be governed. We don't need government. I'll say it 1,000 times. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Just like the pharmaceutical industry, big pharma, all that shit. It doesn't work. It makes you sicker. It makes you rely on them. They never are going to cure you. They're never going to help you. They're just going to have you continue to be dependent on them. What other broken record shit could I say as I'm cooking my teriyaki chicken here? What else? It's just really funny to be awake during these times. And I love it. And I love calling the puppets out because in actuality, you're compromising yourselves and your family's future with all these stupid ass policies that you continue to push. That's it. I love you guys. I love you all.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Oh, it's truth here. No teriyaki chicken for me. It's obviously Monica pulled this item. Transparency, right? But on what? Equity? Although I do appreciate that you're actually disrupting the county status quo of business as usual. How dare you throw a wrench in their corrupt gears and then make me write another speech addressing it. When I saw this item thrown into consent, where all important items get thrown so people won't have time to adequately address them, I already knew that some were hoping to sweep this under the filthy county carpet. Instead of open outreach to all businesses, there's most likely going to be political bias and racist equity discrimination against whoever the county doesn't like. There's probably a lot of businesses on the blacklist at this point, since the county doesn't place fair or even by the real law. Almost $2 billion of the people's tax money not open equally to all via the Department of Purchasing and Contracting. I've only seen politically connected universities given the priority in county contracts. Never a small business, and certainly not a local veteran-owned business. So the procurement pipeline is full of toxic waste. I've been waiting to see county outreach for 2 years, and it still hasn't happened. Most people still don't even know what a county board of supervisors even is. How are they going to apply for an award? Other than my idea of the county setting up booths at county-sponsored events to educate people on their government, who's running the circus, and services potentially offered. If the only outreach is to those financially connected to business associations and their workshops, then chances are that small businesses are missing out on opportunities they're owed. Maybe the county could sponsor some small business fairs. There's another idea. But how is anyone to believe that the supervisors that shut down small business in 2020 is going to suddenly help small business? It's funny that the county's procurement portal is called FINET. That just further solidifies the overt corporatized government status. If you work for the county, is it called sellout net or maybe purple shirt net? It almost sounds like a virus, and it's capable of finding and shutting the system.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item. I'll now read Chairwoman Vargas's statement that will be on the screen here. Local businesses are the heart of our local economy. As such, it is critical that we look for opportunities to expand their participation in our county government. That is why I'm proud to bring this board letter forward with my colleague, Supervisor Anderson. As chairwoman of the Board of Supervisors, economic prosperity and community development to uplift small businesses are among my top priorities. As a county, we spent over $1.9 billion in procurement last fiscal year, and our Department of Purchasing and Contracting has been working diligently to engage local small businesses in our contracting processes, recognizing the vital role they play in our community. We already have policies in place to support local businesses, veterans, and disabled veteran business enterprises, but there's room for improvement. More can be done to ensure that everyone has the chance for their businesses to thrive in their own communities. That's why we are proposing to direct the CEO to report back to the board with new opportunities to expand our outreach, education, and programs for local businesses. This initiative seeks to uplift underserved members of our community who have historically faced barriers to entry. It's about equity. By removing barriers and encouraging more vendors and competition, we increase our resources, maximize cost savings, and provide additional businesses the chance to work with the county. I'm committed to supporting our local entrepreneurs and ensuring access and opportunity for all. Let's continue working together to build stronger and more inclusive communities. She's noted with that she'd like to make a motion to support item 12, and she's indicated to turn it over to her colleague, Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank the board chair for all her work on this issue. We know that we could be doing better and doing more, and I think that it's not a bad policy to every year or every other year look at what we're doing and see if there aren't improvements. You know, with almost $2 billion a year contracted out, making sure that our local businesses, that our local communities who pay the taxes that pay the bills also are the recipients of the work, and that we're not transferring that work outside of our community. You know, we put this through the A72 process. In some of the verbiage that we chose to give staff the most room and flexibility on how to address this issue in the most equitable of manner. And with that, I'll be happy to second the motion.
Thank you. And on behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Thank you so much. First, I just want to thank the chairwoman and my colleague, Joel Anderson, Supervisor Anderson, for bringing this forward. This is great. I'm very excited. I also want to commend the chairwoman's creativity and diligence in chairing this meeting without the voice, and thank you to Andrew Potter for being so helpful. So you guys are doing an amazing job. So anyway, not on topic, sorry. This is great. I just wanted to kind of uplift that, I think we've been talking for a long time at this board about the importance of, procurement and contracting reform and making sure that our procurement and contracting processes really create shared opportunity and center the values of equity and environmental sustainability. And I think we've got a long way to go in that work, but I do think this is an important step in the right direction, and just really beginning to dig in on the hard work of how do we make our county contracting process more accessible for small local businesses. As the board letter points out, nearly $2 billion is spent every year through these contracts, and I think we really have a responsibility to do the work, to do the hard work of kind of overhauling our application process so that it's more accessible, so that everyone really can compete on a level playing field, that everyone has the support that they need to put in an application. So I know that that's difficult to do. I think it's going to take a lot of work from county staff. So I know that you guys are in for signing up for something big, but I'm happy to support this. And again, really appreciate my colleagues doing the work to bring this forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Let me join the chorus in saying thank you to the chairwoman and thank you to Supervisor Anderson for highlighting the side of local government that can sometimes get lost in the nuance of public administration, and also for honoring our small businesses this morning through the proclamation. It's very important to recognize how everyday residents can provide public service as entrepreneurs and small businesses through local government contracts, and this is especially the case regarding the diversity of our population in California and specifically here in our region of San Diego County. There is strength and diversity through our women-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, disadvantaged business entities, and so that's why I'm very grateful to see this letter come forward here today. I think our last county report showed that we contract out 8.7% to small business of the $1.9 billion, and so certainly there's a lot of work to do in this space, and we're going to have to, I think, get really creative about the way that we engage small business who may not have the capacity of the people that we're used to working with. And so I'm looking forward to that. I will say, just also based on the comments, there's a lot of work being done at the state level. And especially through AB 2019, I was very grateful to be on the ground floor of the establishment of the Strategic Alliance of Ethnic Chambers as well over at the City of San Diego, and hopefully they and other stakeholders will be engaged in this process. I would like to see if the authors of the board letter and the motion maker and seconder would entertain just an additional recommendation. I'll read it and then you just let me know where you land. I'm fine either way, but I would like to add a second recommendation to direct the Chief Administrative Officer to explore implementation strategies for expanding opportunity for local businesses to participate in county contracts per State of California Assembly Bill 2019 on small business enterprises and its language on procurement participation, State of California and federal certifications for small businesses and disadvantaged business enterprises under the State of California Government Code. Basically, just giving an additional framework for 2019.
Madam Chair.
It's mostly outreach, but there also are some procurement participation percentages that are outlined in 2019 as well. We could at least, I'm thinking, just incorporate that into the framework and decide whether we want to do that or not when the full investigation comes back to us.
I just have a question for Sarah. Is that included in our current board letter?
We can certainly incorporate what Supervisor Montgomery Stepp is
What I was
mentioning,
thinking is you were going to
back.
say yes, and I was going to say then absolutely include it.
Yeah, that's absolutely, for purposes of what we bring back within the 180 days, we can absolutely incorporate that.
I'm good with it if Nora is.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, we have a motion by Chairwoman Vargas, seconded by Supervisor Anderson. please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. We'll now move on to discussion item 25, partnering with the City of San Diego through a revenue agreement to utilize opioid settlement funds for overdose prevention and naloxone public messaging and awareness. We'll begin with the public speakers. We have 10 requests to speak on this item, 5 in person and 5 requesting to speak by phone. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 25 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item, followed by those in opposition. As your name is called, we'll invite you to come into the chamber. I'd like to invite Councilmember Marnie Von Wilpert. They'll have 2 minutes to address the board. And I'll go ahead and call the additional speakers, and they can queue up in the hallway. Mark, Bryant Rumbaugh, Audra, allegedly Audra.
Hello, thank you so much for having me today. My name is Marnie Von Wilpert. I am the Public Safety Chair at the City of San Diego. It is a true honor to be with my supervisors, who I very much appreciate for taking this on. As the Public Safety Chair, I got to visit our 911 dispatch centers last week for National Emergency Dispatchers Week. If you go into that building, you can see on the doors and the walls are the names of our dispatchers who take the 911 calls, and under their names were numbers of the amount of CPR rescues they've done over the phone. And I asked one of them, why are there so many CPR rescues? And they said, Marnie, often a family member or a friend will find a loved one on the ground, unconscious, blue-lipped, not breathing, because of an overdose. And they're teaching them how to do 911 on the phone, or CPR on the phone, to keep them alive until one of us can get there. That happened over 1,000 times in the past few years. Those 911 calls were made thousands of times to our joint residents. We represent the same folks, and they're depending on us to work together to save lives. So that's why I worked with Supervisor Anderson to carve $1 million out of the city's budget, which the mayor's not thrilled with me, to bring to the county, because I knew you could do more with it to help our joint residents. We are all sued the opioid manufacturers for making this crisis what it is. They intended to get Americans addicted to opioids. That's why 2,000 cities, counties, towns, and states around the country have sued these manufacturers to get money back for our residents who are struggling. And I was very proud to work with Supervisor Anderson, who has the epicenter of overdoses are in your council district around Lakeside. We thought we could do more by working together. Why have the city reinvent the wheel? You are already doing wonderful work to get naloxone out to communities, to get education on prevention and what fentanyl poisoning is. I wanted to bring money to you to work together. We can get more bangs out of our buck, not by fighting with each other, but by working together. There was a saying, and I was in the Peace Corps in sub-Saharan Africa, that when elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers the most. So I'm here to make sure we do this together. I appreciate you, and I'm very proud of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Now invite the speakers that we've identified to come into the chamber. Again, Mark, Bryant Rumbaugh, and allegedly Audra. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
Mark, 25. If you won't build a border wall like we funded for Israel, which is incredible for Israel, by the way, battling the opioid crisis is a stupid waste of money. Fentanyl overdose deaths increased by over 2,300%. This is intentional. Also, the influx, it actually reminds me of around the Vietnam War. There was an incredible influx of drugs, and the late 60s happened with, LSD and coke and drugs, and everybody was getting high in the late 60s and 70s. That was not an accident, because also the Kent State protests were happening, and people were really actually getting knowledgeable about government and the things that are in these video titles on YouTube. So you should see these videos. This is Rosa Corey. She's an expert California court witness. And so finally, people were getting shot. The government, of course, has no interest in helping you. They're doing Agenda 21. By the way, in this video, this Sandag video, at 1 hour, 22 minutes and 50 seconds, Sandag is talking about limiting your movement here in America, like they are in Europe, in Oxfordshire, with the filtered zones, things like that, or having gas-powered cars not be allowed in city centers or the urban areas. They're discussing that, how they can limit your movement, like all totalitarian governments do. So this is a scam. Of course, Tons of drugs have been let through the border. Tons of our enemies have been let through the border. Of course, there's nothing wrong with migrants that are trying to be honest citizens, but along with them are terrorists and such, and the government knows that. They want to end America. You should look up mega regions. See the Rosa Corey video that I already held up about mega regions. There's also parts 2, 3, and 4. And you should see these videos. This is on the UN treaty we made, which is why all this is happening. We're subject to the UN. We shouldn't be. We're sovereign. It's a scam.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, still Bryant Rumbaugh. So, every time I come in here, we obviously talk about funding, money. Let's be honest. Things cost money. And, really what I kind of wanted to say is it's very unfortunate the scenery that we see in pretty much every city nowadays. I just looked it up. San Diego is the 8th largest city by population in America. My question is, this opioid settlement, $1 million partner with the city of San Diego to, Lord willing, help prevent some of these deaths. Is that a drop in the bucket by these pharmaceutical companies, do you think? What do you think the profits of them destroying an entire generation have been? I can tell you this right now. There's a YouTube video that I've seen dating back to the early 90s, and more or less it goes through 5 cases of people that were on what is it called, oxycodone, talking about how it's a miracle drug. 15 years later, guessing. 4 out of the 7 are dead. 3 of them are pretty much continue to be hypes. We are needing to redirect ourselves. As we've had an out-to-lunch society, we have to understand that there are existential forces that want to see America fail. And they are absolutely doing everything that they can do to make sure that happens. Just look at what's going on with some of these college protests taking over. Martial law, is that what's next? We need to do a better job. We need to give people the ability to have dignity. Everything in this world is relative. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. This is interesting too because of the border. It's wide open that nobody wants to stop. And so it's weird because you want to call us xenophobic or racist for wanting to protect the border and protect our nation. And so instead of doing that, we'll get money to deal with, opioid or drug crises and giving people the means so that they don't overdose instead of actually trying to stop it where it starts. And it's sad because the more I uncover all the things going on with this border machine, because that's what it is, I'm slowly watching the destruction of our nation. And it's really sad to think about because you guys all ignore it because you want the open border. Yes, Nora, you do. Because you guys do business and you think about all the revenue and commerce that goes across the border, but when we talk about it, we ignore the fact that there is an invasion going on. How many more people can we sustain? Why do children have to be raped at the cost of this? How many people need to be murdered? Like I was telling you at Sandag, Nora, it's like, does it have to be me? Does it have to be you? Does it have to be your family? When is enough enough? When are we going to take it seriously? Because the Border Patrol see exactly what's happening and they're worried. They know this is the destruction of our nation. And they're not going to be able to handle the influx of possibly 5,000 per day. And we don't even want to stop the drugs. It's so sad to think about that you sit there and you'll call us xenophobic or racist for talking about this and being concerned about the nation, Nora. I'm literally worried. Shit's gonna hit the fan and it's not gonna be.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
My name is Terry Ann Skelly, and I work with PTA organizations to host after-school tutoring programs. I came to support item 25, county's efforts to combat opioid misuse and its associated impacts on public health and safety, especially among our young adults. By authorizing the transfer and acceptance of approximately $1 million in opioid settlement funds from the city to the county as described. However, I want to call your attention to the very recent resolution against marijuana products from California State PTA. The California State PTA is known as one of the premier advocacy organizations in the state, and this is their statement, and I quote, "The THC concentrations in current cannabis has increased substantially, along with a large increase in the diversity of cannabis products and formulations, exposing our youth to high-potency cannabis preparations, leading to increased frequency of use and increased dependency," end quote. Indeed, it should be considered an entirely different drug, another very dangerous drug, especially for young adults. California State PTA does not create resolutions unless there's a preponderance of research to support it. Further, the resolution states that it is irrefutable that youth cannabis use generates decreased cognitive function, negative impacts on attention, memory, learning, and educational vocational attainment, increased risk of dependency and addiction, adverse effects on mental health for young people. We now acknowledge that we were very greatly behind the curve in recognizing the harm of opioid use, which for too long was considered the no-harm miracle pain drug. And we are concerned that we are doing it again with marijuana.
Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Ann Riddle. I came to share some information from a group I highly regard called One Chance to Grow Up. Their goal is to protect kids from many things, but especially from drugs. And we appreciate, it's a national group, and they appreciate, as do I, as a partner with them here in San Diego County, the county's effort to intercede in the very sad cases of fentanyl use that causes death. However, it's important to note that One Chance to Grow Up, again, a national group, it's a 501c3 profit. It is made up by parents and supported by parents. They don't take sides in politics. And what they really focus their attention on is the role of high THC marijuana products in our society and the role that it plays in ruining the health of our young people. And young people means from ages to 0 to 25. And it's important to remember this very critical age, particularly 18 to 25, whose daily use of marijuana has increased exponentially. We should remember that the American Psychiatric Association issued a position statement regarding in opposition to the use of marijuana as any sort of medicine because it lacked scientific evidence, and to remember that it creates problems for our young people in depression and anxiety and, unfortunately, suicidal ideation that sometimes ends in success. So while we look at and we applaud your work on opioids, let's look at the beginning of this journey to that drug's use. Thank you. Marijuana.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
It's truth. A frivolous lawsuit is being used for frivolous spending on frivolous government-approved propaganda messaging. Waxy fingers roll confused. Nobody to listen to anyways, and neither is part of the problem, Joel.
I look back to my years in the state legislature, and just in the last 15 years, our state budget more than tripled. And perhaps I was part of the problem.
Neither of these frivolous people really care about the public safety anyway, as evidenced by their lack of the ability to listen to someone like myself describe the death of a young pregnant female in a medical observation unit. You're lucky I'm not there in person with the photo evidence, but next time. But I guess this useless item is what they were busy conspiring about. I actually thought Joel was going to join the San Diego City Council. Wouldn't that be fun, Marnie? But who wants a real solution? Forget pharmaceutical companies. Start suing entities like the CIA for creating and smuggling these drugs in. Just the same as what happened in the 1960s with LSD. And in the 1980s with cocaine flown into military bases. And then later the cheaper crack. And even in the 2000s with all the downed planes full of cocaine traced back to the CIA. Nobody in government addressed those real threats, inequities, and international and domestic terrorism, probably because that would actually solve the problem once and for all versus just collecting more checks for government to spend. There's also no reason for the city of San Diego to be partnered for the millionth entanglement with the county, although, of course, it's all about money.
Absolutely. I'm always eager to look for free money.
I'm supposed to play it twice, right? Okay.
Absolutely. I'm always eager to look for free money.
That and covering the city of San Diego's constant failures, because fentanyl certainly isn't the only drug going around. Just in one day downtown, I saw about 3 different people with crack pipes. But I'm sure after the addicts momentarily stupor out of their high, they'll see Joel's $1 million just say no to fentanyl signs, and they'll suddenly stop buying all those drugs they buy every day because the city of San Diego enables
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Swallow. Wow. Martin actually said, and I agree, they purposely get the people hooked. War on drugs, war on poverty, war on homelessness, crisis here, crisis there, crisis government, crises that government will never solve anywhere. It's a game. It's a waste of money, our money. It's the same old thing, the rat race to Nowheresville. And we all continue to play along. So let's get to the source of why there are problems and why are there problems? Government. That's why there's problems. Bigger government. And Joel, you mentioned earlier that we can be doing better. We can be doing more. No, thank you, Anderson. Government is doing quite enough. And Tara, you are right. Government does have a long way to go. They always have a long way to go. I mean, that's the excuse they always give. We're not doing our jobs, but we have a long way to go. Yeah, they need to go straight to hell. That's all.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Lippitt, and thank you for letting me speak. I'm an advocate of fair and public and just public policies, especially public health policies, and I'd like to address the harm reduction philosophy that is keeping addicts in where they are in their addiction. Those who advocate for harm reduction prioritize the user's safety over their sobriety and their abstinence. They're not helping fix the problem. And in places where these policies have been put in place, it is the residents and the innocent victims who are the victims of harm reduction. Those who advocate for harm reduction are theorists. They're not realists. They don't live in these areas. They simply believe that they think that this will work, but evidence shows it does not. If your goal isn't to eliminate the problem and eliminate addiction, then this problem is going to escalate. Activists are handing out food and needles, and that is not what these people need. Philadelphia is a perfect example where harm reduction is not a solution to the opioid crisis. And harm reduction can mean doling out free syringes and Narcan, but continues to reach record highs of people who are in overdose. all across America, even in these cities. The very philosophy that purports to help addicts stand on their own 2 feet actually keeps them down. I would appreciate if you would take a better look at that.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, do any of our colleagues have any comments? Is there a motion for this item?
I thought we need to do a motion. I'm happy to make a motion.
Thank you.
Happy to second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Anderson, second by Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
I was going to say, second this. Thank you for all of the work. Good to see you, Councilmember. I think she had to leave. But I was there making the budget decisions on the other side and thinking this would be great for the county. So I'm glad that, although it's about a year later, that it's here and we'll be able to use the funding and because the infrastructure is here. So thank you.
Thank you. Please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. We'll now move on to discussion item 24, a regional campus for healing, sober housing, and behavioral health treatment.
We can have lunch.
1 o'clock. We'll go ahead and begin with the public speakers. We have 11 requests to speak on item 24, 4 in person and 7 requesting to speak by phone. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 24 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the speaker in favor. I'd like to invite forward Mary Farrow. And Mary will be followed by the speakers in opposition, Mark, allegedly Audra, and Bryant Rumbaugh. If I've called you, you may come into the chamber.
Should I go ahead and start? All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So I did notice reading the item how our homeless population it's obviously increasing 22%, all that good stuff, and it's not good. You know, we definitely have a lot to fix with regarding to this specific. What is it, the Oak Ranch. You know, I did read about how helping the homeless veterans and all that stuff, and it's very important to take care of them. Because those are men and women who really did kind of chose to serve this country. And, you know, when we talk about how such a vast majority of homeless people suffer from mental disorder, suffer from opiate addiction, any sort of addiction, we need to definitely get on top of it. So, you know, as far as the veterans, I really do hope that we can kind of, you know, give them the opportunity to kind of get their lives back because they definitely gave a lot for our country. And our country is worth a lot, okay? So I want to see improvement.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra, so it's interesting. I didn't take any notes today. Well, not today, but before here. And it's like I always usually have a lot of notes. But I feel like when I see all the things that you guys are doing continually, it's like you don't even need notes. You just kind of have to speak off the cuff because there's just so much craziness going on. And as we talk about behavioral health and being sober and whatnot, of course, that's what we want is for people to be sober and to not, you know, be taking drugs that are, you know, harming them. But it's sad because we also give them needles and pipes and the means to actually do these drugs. And then it's like you want to put them into a forced treatment. But it's interesting because it's like you guys will sit there and talk about changing the behaviors of people. And then you talk about, you know, a behavioral health treatment. And that's what's so scary is that it's like, that encompasses a lot of things because you could put me under that and say, well, her behaviors are pretty crazy because she comes in here and, you know, has to redress the government and we got to arrest her just for, you know, speaking. So it's like, you know, when you have such a word like that and then you kind of mix it with behavioral and mental health It's like, we should be changing your behaviors, right? You want to change ours, but it's like you guys are the ones engaged in all of the things that are going on around us, spending money, doing a lot of stuff that's pretty nefarious. I mean, look at the people coming in here and being like, oh my gosh, we need transparency. I mean, people are upset. But it's like you could probably put them under the same umbrella and say that their behaviors are not correct, right? Because they're doing whatever. But so it's just sad to think that we can spin things, and instead of really helping people, because this is a business, it's like if you ever got rid of all those people that needed treatment, you wouldn't be able to throw money at it to try and help it. But we shouldn't be giving them the means to do the drugs if you want them to be off it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, Care Court is Newsom's totalitarian LPS conservatorships on homeless people systematically impoverished by government that are not a danger to themselves or others. The average chief executive officer of a nonprofit organization's salary in San Diego, California is $878,419 as of February 26, 24. Now, how many people will this place house for $12 million of our taxes? By the way, they already have laws in place. They had laws before for people that are a danger to themselves or others. So those of you out there thinking, oh, he doesn't want the people walking by me babbling to themselves off the street that don't even know you're there. No, we have laws if you needed to incarcerate those people. Although, of course, they deserve a fair trial and a fair chance. What this is total totalitarian. I could picture some kid who came here and is living homeless in OB and got high one of his first few times on LSD. They run across him. He's in the program. The next day, he might have just went back to smoking pot for a few months and eventually got in a place with his friends. Now he's in the system. Drugs could be forced on him, pharmaceutical drugs. He's not going to get much psychotherapy, more psychiatry, issuing drugs within 10 minutes of speaking with him, probably. It's very frightening. It's totalitarian. It shouldn't be allowed. And this place is going to be one of the main places implementing it. And $12 million, how many people is that going to do? They usually spend about $500,000 on a one-bedroom apartment for homeless people. I've already told you guys many times how Appy's Core could 3D print 1,200 square foot houses for $10,000 approximately. So, I mean, there'd be thousands of people taken care of. This probably takes care of, what, 24, 70 maybe? Maybe? I doubt it. I doubt it's that many. It's a scam.
Thank you. Final call for Mary Farrow. If Mary's here, she's welcome to come into the chamber. Otherwise, we'll hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We'll begin with our first caller.
Good afternoon, Chair Vargas and Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a parent and a public health educator focused on drug prevention. Our county is no stranger to residents suffering from drug addiction. As our homeless crisis worsens, it's not uncommon to witness individuals incapacitated and or experiencing a mental health break or psychotic episode as we commute around our streets and communities. I recently attended my planning group, and as I pulled up to the local library, I was upset by what I witnessed. A young man was laying in the middle of the street as though he were dead, not moving and didn't appear to be breathing. I turned my car around and called 911. An ambulance, fire truck, and police car came to the scene, and I'm sure someone else had called quicker than I. In a matter of minutes, they loaded up the body and drove away. This incident happened on a Wednesday afternoon during lunch hour in a very busy shopping center with Costco, McDonald's, and as I mentioned earlier, a library. The reality of this situation hit me hard as we're becoming desensitized to the horrible drug addiction and mental health crisis that's taking place right before our eyes. I'd like to remind you of the undeniable scientific data that shows how marijuana being sold in our county is psychologically addictive and habit-forming. Marijuana on the market today is tested with the highest levels of THC, some forms measuring at 95%. Those who consume are going to have the highest risks of becoming psychotic, diagnosed with schizophrenia or chronic psychiatric disorders, including symptoms like delusions, hallucinations, and disorganized speech. Sober living sites are more important than ever. Not only is it important to house those struggling with addiction, but it's also important to stop the so-called recreational use, drug experimentation leading to addiction, and the need for more sober living centers.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Paul Bowles. You want to buy Green Oak Ranch in Vista for about $12 million as a sobering and homeless center. But since Green Oak Ranch is already being used as a faith-based homeless or sober living program, there should be no problems with neighbors complaining about rowdy behavior like Windsor Point and Carlsbad. The parcel is about 110 acres, 63 of which is a nature preserve. From there, the developed part looks like it would need a huge amount of rehabilitation to serve the homeless and sober housing center. I don't know why you want to do this since it's already that. But we would be spending $300,000 for a deposit on buying the property, a mere 2.5% to get you on the hook. But then the fiscal impact section says we will be spending $12 million for acquisition and maintenance prior to improvements. And then, since there will be costs for improvement and annual maintenance, we could easily be settled with multi-million-dollar costs each year. And that's $109,000 per acre just for the acquisition of property. It's an expensive fee, and you should reject this crazy proposal. I'm sorry for the veterans, but I mean, there are better and cheaper ways of making them whole. Thanks.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
My name is Kathleen Lippert, and I'm an advocate of sound public health policies. I have followed the data and evidence that from every conceivable perspective, I question the assertion that we are making any strides, great or otherwise, on any aspect of drug abuse, addiction, or overdose, because the focus is in the wrong place. The focus is not on preventing. The focus is everything but prevention. Even our treatment centers are allowed to have clients that are still using. How in the world can you help a client become sober if they are allowed to continue using? It makes no sense whatsoever. And this very philosophy and it's expensive. The rate of recidivism is high and it's extremely expensive. And our youth suffer the worst because the resources for youth treatment, they are rare, scarce, and very expensive. Families will impoverish themselves trying to help their family members, to no avail if they are allowed to continue using in any treatment center. So please consider making common sense requirements for using these treatment facilities. They first have to be drug-free. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's true. Can you imagine that common sense from people with no sense? How about time to course correct? Substance abuse treatment centers without harm reduction should have been built by the hundreds already. Green Oak Ranch itself is a Christian-based recovery program, which provides a good stability for most, but there are some who will inevitably reject it simply because of the Christian aspect. The absolutely necessary part is the rules with violations resulting in restrictions or release from the program. However, Upon reading some of the reviews, it seems like men take care of animals on the property and do all the cooking, while women are relegated to laundry and toilet duties. What kind of senseless rule is this? Another issue is mixing those with addictions together with those who allegedly are just mentally ill. One of these things is not like the other. For example, the animals on the property may be in danger of harm if someone with mental issues is near. There are also allegations that the food served there is of low quality and that food allergies are not taken into consideration. The positives are the 24/7 security and job skills training. But are there even enough workers to maintain this place? And are there land management workers to ensure that the habitat areas wouldn't be destroyed by all the new people forcibly being held there? I'm against any program or area that will be used as a dumping ground for homeless people swept and locked up via miscare court, or to have this miscare double as a land conservation filler project, which is really quite disgusting to read a bragging of within this item. So-called most vulnerable people's lives are not something to be used for a personal pet project land monopoly goal. This sounds like yet another faux care false solution, multi-million-dollar prison day spa, so the only way I can support it is if Bergman is the one locked up in it. And then we can conservatorship up Nathan, Newscomb, Todd, and the list goes on and on and on of all the criminals who are the ones who've actually caused these problems, caused the increase in homelessness, caused the increase in drug use. That's where they need to be locked up. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Please state your name.
Can you hear me? Okay. Consuelo. This is Consuelo. Hey, to Brian, brother, veterans and the masses were duped into believing they were fighting for our freedom. In actuality, they fought for our enslavement and even bigger government. Government who control our lives in every single way. Miss a property tax payment, your house is gone and no longer yours, even if you own it outright. Government takes it. How is that living in a free society? How have we been duped into believing that paying for everything to live is freedom? Government experiments. They actually experiment on the military and drug the people, especially Big Pharma. They're the worst. Pharmacists and doctors are the #1 cause of death. Synthetic drug pushers is all they are. Real doctors focus on diet and lifestyles, not pushing pills to be dependent on. Reminder, the war in Afghanistan was not to send democracy over to their land. The war was to control and protect the opioids there. Do you remember that? Anyone who believes that government is here for the people and is our friend are the ones in true need of a wake-up call. Perhaps people who believe in government should do a detox to see clearly how screwed we are all being by, especially this local government.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the comments on this particular item, but I want to thank our Chairwoman Vargas for partnering with me on this very important and timely issue. So we're bringing this item forward because it's a unique and extraordinary opportunity for a future regional behavioral health site in San Diego County. And we realize and we can see the needs in our streets, our sidewalks, our hospitals, parks, and underpasses for more facilities for treatment and mental health services. We need sites for healing, for people to be safely discharged, to free up our hospital beds. We need sites for healing, for people to go when they're released from jail, or for alternatives to jail, when they are ready for treatment or in a conservatorship for treatment. We need sites for healing when people exit emergency shelters. And we need both short-term and long-term solutions. People with substance use disorders or who are having a mental health crisis or who are actually dying on our streets should not be in our jails or in our trauma hospitals. Instead, they should be receiving the help that they need. And as we continue to work on short-term solutions, When opportunities arise like this, we have to make long-term investments. Green Oak Ranch is an oasis in the urban area of North County. You can see on the slide here, it's in the heart of urban North County. It's south of the 78, east of the Interstate 5, and east of Interstate 15. For 70 years, since the 1950s, this site has been a rehabilitation site. And it's been very compatible with the neighbors. It's a sober living, treatment, and rehabilitation facility. And it's the area here, if you look, it's in the kind of the right half there, the lower right half, and in particular the lowest end of that open area is where would be the campus for healing. We'll get a zoom up on that, but that's just kind of the area around and the neighborhood and the housing and the industrial. It was mentioned earlier that Green Oak Ranch has hosted a North County veteran stand down for over a decade. The stand down takes place once a year, where about 500 homeless veterans stay on the property for about 4 days, and dozens of service providers are on site to help with needs such as medical, dental, clothing, legal, and other services for the veterans. The owner of this property recently passed away, and his and his family's wishes are for it to continue to be a rehabilitation site. A trustee of the property approached my office to see if the county would be interested in continuing the property's legacy as a campus for healing. If you look at the next slide, thank you. This is the layout in the 4 different parcels of this particular property. There's 138 acres for sale, and there are 46 developable acres it's a secluded valley here in Area C. This is actually Area C is kind of deep down into a valley there. Parcel B, that's not for sale. Parcel B, this is the area where Green Oak Ranch Ministries, faith-based ministries, they have historically operated the sober living program on the entire property, and that work is going to continue on Area B. So they're going to be moving their facilities there. And also Area B, where they are and where they've been operating for many years, is the area that's closest to any housing. Parcels A and D. Parcel A is 58 acres and parcel D is 5 acres. Could be designated for open space and protected land. Parcel A actually provides, it's hard to tell in that one-dimensional or two-dimensional picture there. It has a large buffer. There's a sizable ridge line between the neighborhood housing and the facility there. County parks could secure, manage, and preserve the open lands and trails, as well as the protected habitat there. Area C, that's the area that I would be proposing as a campus for healing. What I envision for this property is sober living, 24/7 staff and services, 24/7 security, monitoring who comes and goes for both the neighborhood and the program's participants' safety. Longer-term care, not a revolving door, no walk-ins, only referrals, and all residents to be in programs. There's a 3-minute video here, if I could show you this, of the property. That's the entrance. To the right is Area B. To the left is Area C. This is Area B, where they've got about 50 men right now going through rehab. This would be in Area C. This would be part of the campus area. This is a cafeteria with a commercial license that's in operation. This is part of Buena Creek that runs through the property. I don't think that boat floats. This is a kind of an amphitheater outdoor stage. This is a big flat area that's open and has a high potential for services. Those mobile homes would be moved off the property. These are current cabins where veterans stay and other people that rent the property occasionally. This is another open space area that's near, and you can see the ridge line behind there that separates the housing. Talked about the animals, goats to the right. We got rabbits and other things to the left. This is part of Area C, potentially developable. This is the part of the ridge line. So with that, having detox, treatment, board and cares, and recovery residential facilities all collated allows for those in programs to stay on site rather than falling through the cracks and ending up back on our streets or in our hospital emergency rooms. That's just another view of that Area C. For example, a patient could be discharged from a hospital, taken to Green Oak Ranch for detox or other mental health treatment. From there, they can go into recovery resident on site. Some people could go through the pipeline voluntarily, as I mentioned earlier, through conservatorships, but all in programs. As I mentioned, the rehab residence is approximately 50 people right now in the rehab residence in the Green Oak Ministries. That's on that, going to be on Area B. Right now they take care of the grounds and the animals, and that aids in their healing process. And I think there's an opportunity for us to continue with that effort if we so choose. Looking to the future, we could also have job training on site and other opportunities for continued education and life skills. It has a lot of potential. And then if people need longer term care, they could potentially live in an on-site board and care facility. And on the topic of board and care, we're going to take a look at this next slide. This is from Dr. Bergman's presentation at our last meeting. And as you can see, North County is a board and care desert. And this location would be a great opportunity to significantly expand our regional board and care facility. That northernmost facility there that's shown is actually in Ramona. So North County is desperate need for board and care. So if this, as this goes forward, I will continue to support our short-term needs like Rosecrans, Hillcrest, and others to approach the behavioral health needs in San Diego County. We need different approaches for different people. And this Campus for Healing can offer something unique and different as a regional asset. So in summary, the county's in good fiscal position. We have strong reserves to take advantage of opportunities for the future. The action today is to enter into negotiations for this unique property. There's good faith deposit money of $300,000 from this year's HHSA operational plan. The balance of $12 million to purchase a property would be included in the 2025-2026 SENA. This is a long-term investment and can be phased in over time to address mental health needs. I know it's a lot of property. We don't have to use it all at once. But these are exactly, I think, the opportunities the county should capitalize on for our growing mental health needs in the future. We can continue the legacy of Green Oak Ranch and build upon that foundation that the family has established. We know that mental health, homelessness, and addiction are growing problems that aren't going to be going away. This site could address the core causes of homelessness and assist in the needs of our current behavioral health services and facilities. As we continue to pursue a multitude of solutions, I'd like to urge my colleagues to support this future campus and all of its potential for healing. So with that, I'd like to make a motion for approval to pursue, just enter into negotiations with this property. And I know the chair who will partner with me on this, she'd like to share some comments through Andrew, apparently.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas's comments are up on the screen. I'll read those. As a county, we have prioritized behavioral health, and we have assessed the county's urgent needs for board and care facilities and subacute bed capacity. Green Oaks Ranch is a long-term opportunity for addressing the current bottleneck in care caused by too few board and care beds. However, it is critical that we work towards bringing forward this community for healing. We continue to focus and prioritize our current behavioral health priorities. Our long-term goals should not overshadow what our region currently needs. As the county implements SB 43 and identifies how to utilize the Prop 1 bond funding, we must create pathways as to how we can work towards increasing the continuum of care for the years to come, while also working on addressing our current needs. I look forward to collaborating with our behavioral health services team and Supervisor Desmond to increase our region's behavioral health services. Chairwoman Vargas is seconding the motion to approve item 24. I'll now turn it over to Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Yeah, first of all, I appreciate you bringing this. I love Stand Down. It's great. It's been there a couple years, and this is much needed, and it's a great location. So I'm really glad the community came and said, hey, let's make this happen, and be proud to support this.
Thank you. Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Kudos to Supervisor Desmond and Vargas. Outstanding work. I mean, I agree with everything you said about short-term, long-term. It's not one size fits all, and we got to be planning all the time. Having said that, Sarah, do you think any of the costs from Prop 1 will be reimbursable as we move forward?
Supervisor Anderson, that will be part of what we will evaluate, because as the state is putting into motion what the regulatory parameters would be around Prop 1, we will absolutely be evaluating that and can certainly report back on that.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And, one of the things we might want to consider, too, is reaching out to the congressional delegation, and maybe they could put an earmark in and help speed up the process. We all share the same constituents, and they all have the same needs. So, again, thank you for your leadership.
Well, the tribes have also actually offered help and support, no promises, but they're interested as well.
Good work, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Montgomery-Stepp.
I just want to say thank you to Chairwoman Vargas and Supervisor Desmond for bringing this forward to us, and thank you for the video as well. I hadn't quite been to the ranch yet, so that gave me additional context and perspective. Thank you for that. I think that this item presents immense possibility to enhance our behavioral health continuum of care in our county. It's something that we are, I think, all very committed to. And this vision for Green Oaks Ranch, it creates a place where we can significantly expand the opportunities for recovery. So I'm in full support of this item, and I look forward to next steps to see how we can hopefully engage and then operationalize these services. Thank you.
Thank you. With the motion by Supervisor Desmond, second by Chairwoman Vargas, please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. The next item for discussion will be item 34, updating authority for the Federal Emergency Management Agency Shelter and Services Program grant funds. We'll begin with the public speakers. We have 12 requests to speak on this item, 8 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone on item 34, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. Again, I'll be calling you in groups of 3, so if you're across the hall, please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward Michelle Krug, Flower Alvarez Lopez, and Clint Carney. I've called your name. We'd like to invite you into the board chamber. It's Michelle Krug, Flower Alvarez Lopez, and Clint Carney. If I've called your name, you're welcome to come forward to the podium. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. Welcome to come forward. Yep. I'll ask you to please state your name for the record.
Hello, everyone. My name is Clint Carney. I'm with Survivors of Torture International and doing some volunteer work with the migrants coming into San Diego County and making their way to the airport. We really appreciate the support and the action of the Board of Supervisors to secure funding from the federal government. You did what you said you were going to do, so thank you very much. Now there's some planning to take place moving forward and create a collaborative, coordinated effort to continue this work. So I would just encourage the supervisors to consider and include the organizations from the California Welcoming Task Force who have done this work for many, many months since last fall or even last spring, almost a year, and to include their expertise and experience in planning the way forward. Jewish Family Service, El Otro Lado, Immigrant Defenders, Haitian Bridge Alliance, American Friends Service Committee. You have all of these experts with experience and many others. All we got at the airport. They're helping people get fed, get water, get to the airport and on their way to family and friends across the nation. So thank you for securing the funding, and thank you for including a lot of community partners in the work going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I'd like to recall Michelle Krug, Flower Alvarez Lopez, also Aaron Suramoto Grassi, followed by Mark, Bryant Rumba, and allegedly Audra, as well as Pam. If I've called your name, you're welcome to come into the board chamber. If I've called your name, you're welcome to come to the podium. Thank you.
A little bit difficult to hear and to get up here. It was kind of hard to hear our names in the other room. But my name is Flower Alvarez Lopez. I believe I'm one of the people that you all called today to speak on item number 34. I'm here in support of the SSP funding. I believe that this body has the opportunity to do things a little bit better than they were done last time with the Migrant Center. I hope that the way that you all distribute the funding this time around does not look like the same way that it was done the last two times with the $6 million that went to SBCS. I have shared with this body many times. I've come and spoke to y'all as our representatives that I've been at the front lines. I've been in open air detention sites since May of last year. I have firsthand experience at the street release sites. I was waking up every day only after sleeping 2, 3, 4 hours a night, rotating between open air detention, street release sites, and also supporting sheltering and onward travel in addition to housing. So my message to y'all today is to really be a little bit more mindful and considerate when choosing who will be receiving the funding, and really have the opportunity to engage those of us that have been on the ground and those of us that have the experience and have the expertise in the area. That's something that was lacking the last time around. Thank you for hearing me out, and we're happy to, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Erin Suramoto Grassi, Associate Director at Alliance San Diego. I want to thank my supervisor, Joel Anderson, Chair Vargas, for bringing this forward. We are happy to see the county accepting SSP funding, that you've applied and you're accepting SSP funding to be able to welcome asylum seekers in our region. That being said, I just want to lift up a few things for consideration as we work through how we move forward with this. I think there's a lot of learnings to be had from what happened with the last day center. So what we would request is, accountability and transparency throughout all the process. We still haven't received an open accounting of the prior contractor, and I think that would be important in developing trust with community members. Additionally, we would like to see an open, competitive bidding process, right, for the contractor, for the county to be in communication with partners who've been on the ground since, I would say May of last year, really, who've been on the ground at open air detention sites, at street release sites, working with migrants. I think it's really important to be in communication with those folks. I know, Chair Vargas, you've committed to doing so, and we thank you for that. Finally, I think the other thing that's going to be really important here is I did notice that the proposal mentions both the SSP funding, which does have federal requirements as far as who you can help, but then there's also general funds that are looking to be allocated here. I think it would be really important that those general funds not be as limited in the requirements of who you can help, just because of some of the things that we've seen happen. So for example, sometimes Border Patrol will take folks to hospitals, drop them off, and not actually process them, and then they're in the country without documentation. Those individuals, at no fault of their own, are then have been ineligible to be getting assistance from federal shelters. So thinking through how do we make certain that we are doing this well together, happy to continue to be a thought partner with you on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So this is one of the ones I came for. Pretty much, there's a lot of people in our country that are scratching their head right now. More or less, when I hear of human suffering, it tears at my heart. When I see people that are coming across our country that, first off, we don't even know who these people are, and second off, we are not setting an example the way that we were supposed to in this country. And every time I come here to this podium, it's because all of you people are still not fulfilling that obligation that's on the front of your building. Demanding an engaged citizenry, intelligent interest. We can't have people coming to our country who literally don't understand what this is about, because half the people in this country don't even understand what this country's about. You look at some of these countries, Guatemala, you look at what we did, what our government did to them in the 1950s. The United Fruit Company owning 70% of their land, exploiting the shit out of those people. All for what? We need to set an example. These Border Patrol agents, ever since this Department of Homeland Security came into effect, it gives you your NOFO, your notice of funding opportunity, but these Border Patrol agents, they don't know what the hell's going on. They are bewildered. We need to set an example for the world like we were supposed to, people. I really hope that we can. We can do so much better. Solve these problems. I have nothing against immigration. Those are some hardworking people that want to better themselves, better their lives. Not a problem with that. But it's got to be done the right way.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Pam, we are a nation of Americans. Some members of this board are facilitating the humanitarian crisis created by the Biden administration. The NGOs also facilitate this crisis, drooling for the money that county and federal government funnels to them. Just because Catholic or Jewish is in this title doesn't assure the NGO cares about people or even God. These illegal folks are not all asylum-seeking migrants and refugees, but all are crossing the border illegally. The majority of these folks are not a huge part of the economic engine that keeps the economy strong. The current situation is a financial burden on the economy, draining this county's resources for American citizens, legal residents, and especially our veterans. Heck, a recent board meeting, you guys actually consider granting 1, 2, or 3 meals to the flood victims. That was ridiculous. What an insult to the residents in this county. Some members on this board claim these folks bring rich culture diversity to the region. Stop already. This is not currently happening. There are no beneficial contributions from these folks. Along with draining our resources, the influx of these folks is diluting our culture, our traditions, and our country. Many of these folks come with nefarious intent. Biden and his puppet masters have nefarious intent for bringing people who should not be here into America. Sanctuary cities, counties, and this state are destroying cities, counties, and this state. And you're aware Biden lost, what, maybe 100,000 children? Where are they? Where are the ones that were at the convention center during COVID? Are they with their mom and dad? Can you say trafficked? This situation will not end well. This is insanity and is suicide for America, but that is the goal, isn't it? Shame on you for being complicit. This is despicable and evil.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Can I come in up there and sit down here now? Why? Why are they here?
Mark, so the question comes to mind, who is FEMA? Well, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. All these videos I'm going to show you, all these titles are on one of these 3 sites, except this one. You can Google this article about FEMA and the unbelievable totalitarian powers that it has. Declaring an emergency literally gives FEMA almost unlimited powers to be literally a police state. Depending upon the emergency and what the government wants to do against us at the time, they may be less totalitarian. They certainly don't want to get people excited and upset and realize the power they have until the final moments. They'll be closing us, bankrupting the U.S., and we'll be becoming the United Nations. Actually, the North American Union of the United Nations, like the European Union and the others. It's a plan for globalism. It's real. Rosa Corey talks about it in this video. It starts at 3 minutes and 40 seconds. You can see her. She's a California expert court witness, totally recognized by California as an expert witness, and this is her before the legislature. Also, why are we doing all this? FEMA is federal. Well, the whole idea the Founding Fathers said was it's always been the people against the government. Keep government small. We have the biggest government in the world now. Every morning they have proclamations about how they're doing fascist collaborations with businesses. It's total fascism, it's total socialism, and it's all planned. Why? Because we signed, nobody even knows that in 1945, President Truman and the Senate, where the Senate was not provided with printed copies, and we signed the treaty with the UN Treaty of 1945. And now we're just obeying their dictates. It's all a scam.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. This is treason. This is an invasion of the border. And you guys are aiding and abetting it, Nora. 8 U.S.C. 1324, you should look it up. Because having a sanctuary city, state, or county is actually illegal. And you are aiding and abetting in the invasion and the destruction of our nation, as well as the rapes, murders, and whatever else happens from these people coming across. Now, Jim, you didn't show up the last time we were voting on this. Well, yeah, you didn't. You told people to come in, not on this item. I'm talking about the center that was already here. Show the people that you care. If you vote this through, it means that you don't. Jim, we should not be in a sanctuary status. You can show the people that you really care about San Diego and the people. If you go against this, it doesn't matter if you have anybody else standing by your side, but it's proof to show the people. Because if you vote this through, then you're still aiding and abetting it. You don't want it to stop. You want to facilitate more. As soon as that money came in, the increase started. This money is causing an influx. And soon we're going to be at 5,000 a day. Are you getting, and then what? But it's not an invasion, right? It's going to be very telling what happens, because Jim, you already we're voting to keep us in an emergency for the money. So if you're getting paid off by this, then I could see you voting yes. But if you care about the people, you will prove it to them. And I asked for a meeting with you, and hopefully that's going to happen, and it's not going to be ignored, because this is serious. The Border Patrol is concerned. They know it's an invasion. They know it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
It's no question.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Michelle Krug, and I really want to thank this board for staying true to the humanitarian values and the heart values of protecting and being kind to strangers and to people only here to better their lives for their family and their children. I feel proud, I feel honored, and I am so appreciative of you continuing to maintain that even against adversity. I do hope, as the first two speakers spoke, that we do look at those people on the ground like Universidad Popular that have been there consistently with, you know, they're going to be there no matter what. It doesn't have to do with money, but to give them the more resources to be able to do more of the work that they're doing anyway. And others. I mean, the open process is fine to find out what's out there and what people are actually doing, because we live in these silos, even when we're doing excellent work. So I do really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for staying true to that, you know, particularly Nora, because I know you're getting the brunt of it. And I just want you to know there are so many that may not be coming here to speak. I was actually coming for item 27, but really feel this way. So again, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. Start with our first caller.
Hi, Paula Bowles. We're in the midst of both the homeless crisis and an immigrant crisis. It is unconscionable that any of the U.S. government, state, or county authorities would take care of immigrants before our own citizens. They have similar needs, and I think that the two, homeless and immigrants, would be combined into one big shelter, maybe separate out the hardcore druggies and house them somewhere else. Also, I question the need for this item at this meeting, since Recommendation 2, which is direct the ICAO to return on May 21st with a request to appropriate funds and so on, upon a determination by the ICAO that such appropriation promotes the long-term fiscal health and stability of the county. It puts off any funding request until May 21st. I noticed that also that this mentions health and stability of the county, which at this time includes both homeless and immigrants. To me, all this item shows is that you can still stir up our people but kick the can down the road, which is why I oppose it. It does nothing but, you know, gets people riled up. And, you know, you've got to take care of our people first. I mean, you know, immigrants came here before. They haven't made any big stir about getting services. So, you know, please just down.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
It's true, the undocumented illegal migrants have suffered tireless journeys to reach here on airplanes, A few state events were well-meaning Americans provided them free food, water, clothes, phones, and transit. Meanwhile, in downtown San Diego, people are kept in something called the O-Lot. That has flooded out several times, where their tents are worn and destroyed so much that people put blue tarps on them. Back in January, a city government refused to maintain basic infrastructure, so people were flooded out of their homes, to the point that they are still in crummy hotels, kind to unvetted strangers, but not to neighbors. FEMA, too, has been of little help. Yet here they suddenly are with almost $20 million for those we don't know from faraway communist lands. Democrats tend to love new allies, and Republicans tend to just want to make sure that the federal government pays for the new cheap labor to be processed. The open border is a modern-day slave trade. The most vulnerable people are being trafficked in every day to be used as the new cheap labor source, guinea pigs for certain local universities, and who knows what is being done with the tens of thousands of missing children. In New York, today's modern slaves are even tagged like cattle. But why is this happening? The exact same reason as to why this country kept slavery for so long, despite the fact that even most of the founders wanted it to end. There's too much money in it. Just like in the past, corrupt people today are smuggling modern slaves in, violating laws, rewriting laws, accepting bribes, hiding evidence, using children, lying, turning a blind eye, and everything else unimaginable because they choose to say yes to money and no to what's right. History will remember which side of the American destroying modern slave trade you were all on. And if $9 million only lasted a measly 3 months last winter, then less than $20 million won't have this thing open for more than 2.5 months, right? Will SBCS continue to avoid an audit of all the mismanagement allegations against them? Or is this just another corrupt deal where Jewish Family Service and Casa Familiar get in on the deal with Catholic Charities taking the biggest cut of the human trafficking profit? Because we all figured out that's all it's about.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Crystal Johnson. I'm part of We All We Got San Diego, which is a mutual aid organization that has been on the ground since the beginning of September 2023. If you've not heard our name before, that is not surprising because to hear from us, you would have had to have been on the ground or contacted us or answered our phone calls. Hopefully you've heard of Immigrant Defenders. They are also on the ground, and you can see them every day in San Ysidro from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. guiding migrants on their journeys. Hopefully you've heard of Al Ultra Lotto, Patient Bridge Alliance, many other groups, HANA, JFS. We are all on the ground. We are all very anxious, and we are all helping every single day, helping hundreds of migrants without food that are confused and abandoned. But it will require you to be there. It will require you to answer our phone calls. I am there on the ground with these organizations, and I have been there on the ground. And I would point out that I did not mention SBCS. SBCS is not currently on the ground. It is very important to me that you know that we really would like to speak with you. We would really like to be a part of the process. And to be a part of the process is essential at this point. People are not talking about the work to the people who are on the ground and making decisions with not looking at sustainable things that we're going to need a few months from now. It has to be much longer than a few months. We need to welcome migrants with dignity and allow for them to continue on their journey. This board is capable of seeing who has the experience and what is needed to move forward, and I hope to use the knowledge from the people on the ground to make a different plan, and this is a requirement of this money. The migrants are counting on us to be the welcoming place that we claim to be, and San Diego residents are counting on you to give the money to the groups that have proven they know what to do with it, and our work on the ground will speak for itself. I only hope that you will listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Consuelo. So, Crystal, if you guys are already boots on the ground and doing the work, why do you need to speak to government? Why do you need to, what's the point? I mean, just do what you're doing and keep doing it. You guys want you want your cut? You want your accolade? You want your proclamation? If you're doing it, do it out of the good of your heart. You don't need permission from government. You don't need anything from government. Obviously, you're already doing it. So anyways, but that's what they want, divide and conquer. They want people up against each other. It's all a part of the collapse. It's all purposely being orchestrated. Again, to the lady who thought or assumes that it's about being kind and welcoming. No, actually, it's not. You don't go feeding other people in other homes when you could barely provide for your own. Okay? And that's just wrong in every way. What's being done to the children, what's being done to these people who do arrive, it's so messed up, man. They arrive and they are absolutely clueless and they have absolutely no idea what's going on. I'm glad that there are people who are there that are doing somewhat of a humanitarian thing. You know, there are people there reporting, you know, like Audra, just who has been there from almost the get-go, and it's just kind of like, but there are people that don't need accolades. You don't need hundreds of thousands of people pressing a like button and being followed. Those people that do that for that are just stop fucking following them, honestly. It's entirely up to us. We all know how Jim's going to vote because all eyes are on him. So, I mean, he just does what's going to get him voted in. And, I mean, gosh, you got your TV show or whatever show coming, right, Joe? I mean, Jim, you have that. So you have to, like, save face. So, I mean, it's just all – it's a joke, man. It's crazy how they have the people divided. It's crazy that people don't see this.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Okay, well, hopefully you'll find her comments. So anyway, I think this is obviously very needed, and I appreciate my colleagues bringing this forward. I am extremely happy that we've been allocated this funding. We have a pretty significant situation we're facing, and we absolutely need these resources, and I know we've all been working really hard to win them. So it's a big day to celebrate that we did receive this funding. I just had a couple questions. There was a lot of the board letter was a little bit sparse and left kind of a lot unanswered in terms of process. So I think before I ask my questions, I just want to kind of put out there the context, and then would just love to get some clarification on process from our CAO. I think big picture, you know, folks, we definitely got a lot of feedback the last round that folks who have been doing a lot of the work on the ground with our community would love to have more opportunities for input on how this is shaped, and particularly like with the RFP and what the RFP looks like and what kind of the structure of the whole kind of concept looks like. So I guess I just wanted to better understand. I know it mentioned getting, you know, an industry day, but what does that process look like to get that kind of community feedback? I think on a couple different fronts, sort of the different areas I was interested in is, one, getting the community feedback on shaping the RFP so that we could make sure that some of our smaller NGOs would be competitive in the process. So that's kind of like bucket one. Bucket two is just kind of feedback, broader community feedback, and what the spending priorities are. I know some of the feedback I received the last time was a sort of concern about how the money was being spent and preferences that it be spent in different ways. So, you know, how we're going to get the feedback on what the conceptual structure of this looks like to ensure that the spending priorities are aligned with what some of the community members have expressed concern. So the RFP, the spending priorities, and then I guess I just wanted to know, you know, are we going to be coming back to the board with a touch point on this once it's a little bit more fleshed out, in addition to that kind of appropriations point that's on the 21st, but a bit more about concept. So those are my three buckets.
The chairwoman has indicated yes, and we'll have the CAO speak, and we'll make.
Great.
And has requested to make a motion on the item.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. So as it relates, if I could actually just take one step back further for purposes of the context. So we have this approximately $19.6 million, yes, from the federal government that ordinarily when it comes to SSP, just as that gentle reminder for the board, the funding is not provided up front. It's actually a reimbursement basis. And then based on the February action of the board, the focus was on us seeking upfront funding sources that may be available. The team has done an exceptional job with a very quick turnaround last Friday submitting our proposal. And actually this time around, FEMA has said, would you like your funding up front? And we have said, yes, absolutely. But in the interim, we don't know if that's actually going to happen or not, right? So we've submitted for that funding. And I think that's really the intent behind part of the action that's before your board. And the recommendation is that in the meantime, for us to work on parallel tracks for purposes of seeking that funding up front. In the meantime, perhaps putting some county funds towards getting things going that would then be replaced, right, with the FEMA funds that would be coming in, the federal funds. So I just wanted to make sure, because we did hear some speakers thinking that there's additional general funds, and I don't believe that's the intent as it relates to this. So I think that was important to highlight. For purposes of the RFP question that you have, yes, we have heard the community stakeholders loud and clear. There would be a request for proposals as it relates to this particular item. If this item were to move forward, the team is prepared to send the information for the industry day where we are able to meet with all those stakeholders who have input on what the scope of work should be, what the proposal should look like, and I believe that would be taking place sometime next week for purposes of that industry day. And then I think that that will lead perfectly and align with us coming back as the direction that's being provided to us in the recommendation on May 21st, where we are able to share the information, the feedback that we've received, what all of that has looked like. And then we would also be requesting that authority to go out with RFP at that point. And of course, all of those conversations will help us frame what the services would be. One of the things that we want to make sure is that we do have other stakeholders and entities that are providing services, and we want to make sure that we're providing holistic frame of operations and plans so that we're not duplicating efforts, but then also meeting the needs of all those who would be coming within the community. I hope that answers.
No, that was actually fantastic. I think, yeah, very clear. You're going to get feedback from folks on the structure of the RFP before it goes out. You're going to get feedback from folks on what kind of the concept note is going to look like and what the kind of priority services are going to be and expenditure priorities. And then you're going to come back to the board once it's a little more fleshed out on the 21st. And yeah, I think that was an important clarification with the FEMA money. Ebony did explain that to me, so I didn't ask you, but thank you. And I think that sounds great. I don't want to steal my colleague's thunder because he was a co-author on this, but so I will let you second, but I will be happy to support this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Montgomery-Stepp.
I just want to say thank you to county staff. There's been a lot of back and forth about SSP funding, and so I want to thank you all for getting us to this point. We took a stand to say we need help from our federal government, and so I also want to say thank you to the federal delegation who found a way to open up this process for us as a county to receive this funding. So I know there's quite a bit that we still have to do, but I think this is good. And it doesn't always happen that we say something on this dais and it actualizes in real life. So I just want to lift up the concerns, of course, that we heard. We know there's going to be an RFP process, so that inherently makes the process more fair. We heard from CBOs that have been involved in this work, and that it's important that we build accountability and transparency I think, into that RFP, so we understand like the accounting mechanisms and all of that, and that is readily available to us as a county. So thank you again for this work. I know it has not been easy, and I know it's not over, but I'm glad we're where we are and glad to support the item.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Andrew, through the chair, or the chair through Andrew. But thank you very much. Well, okay, while I appreciate the federal dollars, I understand we want to move migrants through to their final destination as quickly as possible. However, I think funding for this migrant transfer site is not addressing our #1 job, which is safety and security. I think the federal dollars should be going towards properly screening and vetting people coming across our border. Our Customs and Border Patrol agents are overwhelmed. I've asked them how they screen, the numbers of people that they're processing, and they said they really have hardly any time to screen, and the only database that they have available is our database, the U.S. database, not the country of origin. So I think safety should be our #1 priority. We want immigration. We want people to come in, but it has to be done in a safe manner. But we shouldn't have immigration at the expense of safety. We need additional funding to prevent to prevent the boats from coming illegally and just landing on our beaches. We have no idea where those people are going or what's going on. The issue is the federal government is giving this money for us to deal with the problem they create is the overwhelming numbers of asylum seekers that they are allowing into our country, the more than we or they can handle. I think that's what we should be addressing. The fact that Border Patrol is unable to properly screen and vet those coming across our border makes our community and our country unsafe. Our #1 priority shouldn't be just moving people to their final destination. It should be to keeping San Diego County and our country safe. Based on the burn rate of the previous $6 million that we had put forth for a migrant transfer station, we had $6 million. It lasted about 4.5 months. At that burn rate, this funding would only last about 12 months. And just like the previous $6 million, the federal dollars are one-time, unsustainable, leaving the problem once again in our lap with no long-term plan. So I really wish the federal dollars were going towards dealing with the number of asylum seekers they're allowing into our country and not just having us deal with a problem here in San Diego County. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Chairman Vargas for leadership and collaborative effort on this issue. Since September 2023, San Diego received over 135,000 migrant street releases. Our board approved $6 million in funding to operationalize a migrant processing center, a temporary stopgap solution designed to mitigate the influx of street releases. From its opening in October of 2023 until its closure in February of 2024, the Migrant Transfer Center processed over 80,000 people, with over 99% of them continuing on to their final destination. It's critical that we continue to address this issue, not only to manage the flow of migrants, but to ensure that those individuals are not exploited, they're not taken advantage of, they're not prey to criminals. And it's also important that they're not adding to our homeless population. In December, I spearheaded a coalition letter to the Biden administration signed by over 20 local elected officials, leaders from nonprofits, and others advocating for additional support to our region. Following the submission of our letter, my office received a response from the White House, and my staff subsequently met with the President's advisor to provide a comprehensive overview of local situation. Receiving this $19.6 million in funding from FEMA has the potential to assist all the migrants with all their ongoing challenges in street releases, ultimately providing a better quality of life for our constituents and for those who are coming across our border. Again, I want to extend my gratitude to all the organizations and individuals who joined our coalition, signed on to my letter, and advocated tirelessly along and beside us. I just want to say again how much I appreciate Chair Vargas for helping make this a bipartisan solution. And look, I get it. I'm a county supervisor. I don't do federal law. And, you know, I've said this before, that a lot of bills that I voted against in the state legislature are now law, and I have to figure out how a bad bill is implemented in a good way in my community. And while I don't agree with everything that the federal government's doing, I cannot allow people to be exploited in my community, and I want to make sure that we create a safe environment for them, and at the same time, don't create federally sponsored homelessness. And so, while this isn't perfect, it's a step in the right direction. And again, thank you, Chairwoman Vargas, for all your hard work putting people first.
Thank you. There's a motion by Chairwoman Vargas, seconded by Supervisor Anderson. Ask you to please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes with Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye. The Chairwoman has indicated that we'll take a 1-hour recess for lunch. The board will reconvene at 2:15 this afternoon. Again, reconvene at 2:15. Thank you.